you. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the magical 69th chapter of Known Realms Tolesh. Before we dive into before we dive into tonight's episode, let's go ahead and introduce our party. Starting with Angie.
Hi, everybody. I'm Angie. They, their pronouns. Agonethetic on the internet. And I play Zio Marino. He, they pronouns. And that's me. That's all I gotta plug.
That's it. That's Angie.
That's it.
Thank you so much. And next up, Lou.
Oh, I'm Lou. I play Lazuli. We both use she, her pronouns, and you can find me at Luzilia_art on most social media.
Thank you. And
hey guys, I'm you can catch me here where I play Whistle, the Hobgoblin fighter. Both he, him pronouns. You can also catch me over at Stealthy Elf Productions as the game master of a couple of Pathfinder 2nd Edition games set in a homebrew world with a couple of cool people and familiar faces. Check it out. That's me.
Hell yeah, brother. Last but not least, Button.
Hello, I am Button. My pronouns are they, them. I am Bluebluebutton on social media when I'm not here. You can find me over on twitch.tv/Stealthy Elf Productions in the Unearthed Inheritance campaign, playing Cressida. Yes.
You always do the yes. You're like, is there anything else? Yes. Hi, everybody. My name is Alec. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me all places on the internet at Tales Archived. I'm your archivist here for Known Realms Tolesh. When I'm not here, you can also find me at Stealthy Elf Productions in Heroes of Hysteria Unearthed Inheritance as Finn Reese, Jotun Blood Fighter, man of many accents. If you have not tapped into the last couple episodes, I have not been able to keep that man's soft-spoken Irish accent straight. It's a fucking crime. I've become Kaelin more than once, and I will probably again. I did a whole 30-minute monologue as fucking Kaelin when I was supposed to be Finn. Oops. Shit.
I liked when he turned Southern. I did that to you.
Yeah, that was last time. That was last time where it's just like, yeah, rat. Wait a minute. Wait, what in tarnation's happening with me? So, quick and dirty recap, because last session was actually just like a lot of planning and making sure shit was together. We picked up with the group teleporting back in from the Wavern Peaks, where Zio reached out to Helitis, who's currently with the group, and asked if he could do anything to ease Casimir's pain, given the fact that the Elder Wizard has the primordial current currently inside his hands. Upon introduction, Helitis seemed to take away that pain. And an elated Casimir did not want to show emotion, teleported away with a doting Echinacea following after, running behind him. So many misty steps, so many feelings. With that, Zio went to go speak to Asandro, and Lazuli and Whistle headed to the library privately. Oh, well, not together. They went to the library at the same time, not together. Lazuli looked... Jesus Christ.
69.
That's... Nice. Whistle decided to look up traps that could be useful for the group's fight and containment of both death hags and their hearts. He was able to find what looked to be from a cult bestiary a cage that is meant to trap a bullet as it surfaces from burrowing. Seems to be way more than enough space to trap the heart so that it can be disenchanted. He also found this very interesting armor enchantment or attachment, not enchantment, that would create an echoing of resonant metallic sounds that are known and helpful for disorienting entities with heightened senses. So took those in, talked to Abbott, who the name the Maiden of Blades was mentioned Abbott in his all-knowing wisdom. This Abbott's actually God, like not a god, Jesus Christ in this world. So when we're speaking on him, we're talking about Abbott. But it became clear that Abbott is aware of the icons that Whistle has now mentioned, and it seems as if we're seeing a budding relationship between Whistle and Abbott, and Whistle taking more and more steps toward that Soulforge prophecy, slowly but surely. Lazuli did some research on witches, communicated with Fritz about maybe still towing that line between witchdom and hagdom. But you know what? Fritz ended the engagement saying that Lazuli decided what being a witch meant to her, and the fairy took that to heart and began to think about what that means for her. Zio and Helitis caught up, had a bit of a conversation, and it was made clear that over the engagement that though Zio is not yet an avatar, they will be very soon. Helitis is voiced wanting to hang around more and be more open, especially since seeing such positive change in Zio. They touched base on Wit, and it became very clear that Wit reminds Helitis a lot of Istris. But Zio did something that Helitis could not, and helped Wit begin another path. We pick up with Echinacea and Casimir, who begin to check in on the emotional state of this old wizard. Elated at the fact of not feeling pain, the two sort of spend the time and learn some very scary fucking spells. But they touch base, and it is a beautiful moment between not actual dad and not actual child. Then the group gets to planning. The group plans and decide they cement their plans that we've already gone over before, and it has become clear that it is time to assemble the Avengers. So the group splits off. Echinacea and Whistle go to find 3 motherfuckers: Lucian, Kaelin, Casimir. They find Lucian tinkering away in the tower. Echinacea returns the signet ring. Oh, but before that, Echinacea did have an engagement with Donahue, a very tense and very stressful engagement that did it was made clear that Donahue was not aware of Lermena's actions, was not aware of their plans, and that he deeply regrets what has transpired between somebody under his employ and the party, especially since Donahue's name was mentioned. Donahue sent 2 speedy couriers. They had all of the objects that were stolen from the party, and as a token of apology, Lermena's severed right hand.
Hey, what the fuck?
Fair reaction. Echinacea was not pleased. Aedwulf helped them take the objects back to where they could be delivered to the party. Finding the group. Echinacea and Whistle find Lucian, return the signet ring, and Whistle gifts Lucian the oath bow with which he is not using anymore. They seek out Kaelin, informing him of everything. These 2 men agree. They then seek out Casimir, and Casimir's like, I get to throw hands? Absolutely. You bet. Zio seeks out Isandro, who the 2 talk about the fact that Isandro was not going to stay much longer, but given the stakes here, he is going to stay with his partner in this and give Zio their first tattoo in the night. Then they made a deal to meet at the aquarium later that night. Zio's being cheeky. We love it when Zio's being a little cheeky. They then seek out Uldiel, who is seemingly stealing food from the kitchen to prepare for herself. Some uncooked meats and potatoes and veg. They agree to help Uldiel cook, and they go. Lazuli reaches out to Richter, who affirms that he and Monroe are going to make their way to Iyo Thalor and aid the party. She then, God, I'm not missing anybody, am I? You sought out Ishroar and had a conversation with him, and then clearly overwhelmed with an avoidant attachment style, and having to reach out to Richter again. Complicated feelings there. Ishroar took his adopted daughter out to the Wavering Peaks, and they flew the mountains as they did when Lazuli was a girl. We come back. The Avengers have assembled. A plan has been set. Then I think the night just kind of rings in. If I'm not, am I missing anything? I don't think so. The night rings in. Kaylin and Echinacea spend some time. It looked really horny, but not actually horny. Casimir comes to Whistle's door. It seems that the two want to get to know each other. They just played chess over the course of the night. They did not fuck, despite the fact that David and I faded to black. Lucian came to Lazuli's door with a...
That's because it was strip chess.
That's because it was strip chess.
Inherent homosexuality of two men playing chess with one another.
Lucian headed to Lazuli's room with a to show the bear the fruit of his work, which was a tower that was to remind her of home when she is gone, because it's clear that she loves this place so much. And then they talked through the night and slept. Zio did indeed meet Asandro outside the aquarium. Fucking stripped buck ass naked and was like, pick a place. It was tattooed on the ribs, and then they faded to black. Fucking just in Ishor's house, like not even in a room, just on the floor. All right, so we pick up. It is now the 25th.
Dream with Heinrich. We made plans.
Oh my fucking god! I'm sorry. Echinacea cast Dream with Heinrich. When they were done, cemented plans with Heinrich. The group is going to meet in the Viper's Hand tunnels and converge with all of the Avengers that they've gathered. Button inspiration point for remembering. I'm a dumbass. And made it clear that Henrik knew Jen. They were married at one point. And with Heinrich's connections in the Viper's Hand is able to get liaisons into the city to meet Rivet, to meet Christopher Elmsong, to meet Milana of the Bright Furies Guild, and to get everybody... Huh? Am I missing something, Angie? Oh, okay.
I'm just repeating your words.
Understandable. But the dream concludes with a plan cemented and the group ready to head to Iyo Thalor in the morning. We are going to pick up on the 25th of Marpanoth, 9:46 PS. And I got a few quick things that are happening in the morning. Lazuli, you wake up to a knock on your door. Both Lucien is gone at this point. Rita, Aura, and Lapis. Rita's my grandma's name. I don't know why I said it. Okay. I miss her. She's great, but yeah. Aura and Lapis knock on your door and inform you that they are coming with you. They're coming to Iyo Thalor. They're going to aid, and that they are going to be on team infiltration and help ensure that your plan to get Elizabeth to the herbarium goes off without a hitch. All good?
Okay.
Any Of course, we're going to have a lot of fun. My rangers are going to come. You're going to have all the help you can get.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Whistle. Casimir left in the wee hours of the night, so you kind of found your sleep with. Nikolai, and he begins. You can see as you were sleeping, he began to work on the armor attachments. So you wake up and you see on your serpent scale there are sort of these collections of ring. It looks like very, very classic, like that big ringlet armor style. Where like they're kind of decorating your serpent scale armor. Yeah. Kind of perfectly blended with the leather here. And he just very, very quickly is like, well, we're going to have a lot of fun today. I think. Are we?
We'll see what happens. This looks incredible, Nikolai. Did you managed all this on your own overnight?
Yes, I couldn't sleep. But I tried. It's not completely finished. I will need some of your expertise to complete the work, but anything to keep you safe.
Well, my hands are yours. You just let me know what you need.
You needed rest after such a riveting game of chess.
Yes, Casimir is a worthy opponent.
Mm-hmm.
I look forward to you two getting to play sometime.
Mm-hmm.
What did you think of him?
Incredibly forward.
Yes, I was surprised myself.
Well, you are a handsome man. It shouldn't be too surprising.
Thank you.
I want you to be happy. I should know what. Sorry.
I find Casimir interesting, but I have no intention of pursuing any sort of romantic relationship. I consider myself off the market, as it were.
Wow. I am very lucky.
As am I.
Shall we go?
Yes.
He kind of dons the armor and pulls
Yep.
Nikolai over and just says,
Rest assured, Nick. The next lips I kiss will be yours.
and then we go.
Yay! Okay, yeah. Inspiration point. That's cute. Old man Yowie! Zio, you are awakened by Asandro, who already has a cup of coffee in the morning for you. You see as he pulls, similar to what he did in the mountains, there is water almonator tending to your freshly given tattoo, just sort of aiding the healing process, making sure that, you're as comfortable as possible when going into a tense situation.
Mm-hmm.
But he just kind of looks, good morning. Well, big day.
Yeah. Feels a little odd going back to Iyo Thalor. Think I was someone else entirely last time we left there. And it's only been less than 3 months, which is a little strange.
Well, then you can show Iyo Thalor who you really are. And I'm happy to be at your side as you do.
I'm happy you're coming along and nervous. I'm also a little bit concerned. Aside from everything that might be happening, I'm hoping we don't have to deal with a similar situation as the Saiba home. Worried about one thing, surprised by Oma.
Well,
Concerned a little bit about that.
we should absolutely expect unexpected elements to arise, but your fear is valid.
We'll see.
We will be all right.
I'm happy I'll have you by my side. And together we can protect Lazuli.
Yes. I have not forgotten that promise, and I will not.
Zia will stretch, crack their back, and then get ready to get dressed.
Mhm.
As they are doing so, they are going to use their one sending of the day to reach out to Milana.
Oh,
Bright
okay. Okay. All right, go ahead.
And just very simply,
Yeah.
this is Zio. My companions and I are heading back to Iyo Thalor by end of day. we are posed to doing things that might require help. Lots of people involved.
You get almost an instantaneous response as Milana, very audibly out of breath. Right. Any help would be greatly appreciated, Zio. It is hard times here. And the Bright Fury, well, you remember our words. Thank you. And that is the end of the message. It is clear that the situation, just further confirming that the situation is dire. You all knew this, but it is just a very, very grim affirmation right in the morning that shit is bad. But Milana is alive, and it seems that the Bright Fury are ready to help. Okay, you get ready, and you begin to head out. Echinacea, you wake up to a kiss on the forehead, and you just hear Aedwulf, "Oh, I smell food." And Kaylin has placed breakfast in front of you on a tray. On the side, there is a letter. I believe this is because of our wonderful friend Lucian. I heard him huffing away. I think he was getting ready for the day, but just wanted to make sure you had this.
What do you think? Is this the breakfast or the letter or both?
The letter is Lucian. The breakfast is me. I will not give him
so.
credit for that.
You.
You're welcome. And you see that he does produce his own piece of paper, but on it is a it's not bad, right? But it's a depiction of what looks like a grand entryway. There's a podium in the center, and behind it is an array of books. And I was thinking about what we want to build. And that felt incredibly important today as we prepared to depart, and this came to my mind. I just wanted to share that to you, a promise that we're going to build it.
Echinacea takes it and remember the first time they went to the Lore Keep and how Kaylin was the one who decided to go with them so that they wouldn't be alone. And this smile spreads across their face. It is good to remember what we're fighting for, isn't it?
It's a much needed bout of strength in the morning. Makes me determined, even more than I already was.
They pull his collar down and kiss him.
He kisses back and just, well, I need to go take 15 minutes to get in my armor, so I will leave you with your breakfast and your leather.
I look forward to the ambiance.
He begins to ting ting ting, begins to get dressed. Do you open the letter?
Yeah.
It is ciphered.
This motherfucker. Okay. Why? He's literally here. He's here, and he wrote a letter. Okay, fine. They'll work to uncipher it, decipher it, decode it.
Just give me an intelligence check.
Oh my god, nat 1.
You have an inspiration point.
I do, but it's a really important day.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna leave it at that.
Okay. It is undeciphered. So you eat your breakfast. Anything else you do in the morning?
Echinacea has written to Reeves already. They haven't gotten a response back.
You got a sending, or I'll say you get a sending now. That just. Good morning. I make my way to Iyo Thalor. I was unaware of the goings-on, but I am my brother's keeper. Happy to help.
The cleric comes forward in Echinacecia's mind. It's good to hear your voice, Kristoff. Meet us to the south. And they'll convey, like, in their mind's eye, the location.
Okay, understood.
I look forward to seeing you.
Sending is
My
not...
old friend.
Casting is not sent again, but you feel the warmth there. All right. Anything else?
Aside from preparing their spells, no. I think as they're looking through their spell book, they are just like, Aedwolf, look at this one. And they're pointing at Steel Wind Strike. Look at it. Look at it.
Oh, this is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. They got
Just
no
in
idea
case.
what's coming. No, just in case. They don't know what's coming.
But yeah, they'll wait and come down with Kaylin.
Okay, you do so. Everybody makes their way down to the war room, and there is the scene is yours. You guys are all there, and all of the NPCs you guys have gathered are there. So yeah, the morning is yours.
Good morning.
Good morning, Doctor. Morning, everybody. Everyone sleep well. Actually, I could hear pretty well, and it sounds like everyone did sleep well.
He's shoving food in his mouth.
So what's the plan for today?
Well, I did actually have a dream and talk to Henrik in it, and they will relay everything that Henrik relayed. Just about like the gutways and the presence of the Ebon Eye, and the fact that Elizabeth Whittemore is brought like a victim to the estate every night. We have about 30 Viper's Hand members who seem willing to partake in our plans, about 15 to 20 Thortel Guild members. I'm not sure about the Bright Fury, but Zio, I know you're on that.
I reached out to Milana, and of course, it's limited. Her response was quick, but seems like they're grateful that we're going to be headed that way. She did sound harried.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I couldn't get more than just a little bit of information out. So, hopefully when we get there, we can somehow connect.
And what about the cold iron?
Henrik is going to have Viper's Hand go into the cold iron mine. We'll see what they're able to recover. If they can't recover enough, then it would be worth our while to go on our own, I think.
Agreed.
There are 12 tents of Ebon Eye soldiers, as far as Henrik can make out.
And who are these Ebon Eye soldiers?
Does Whistle know about the Ebon Eye soldiers?
I would say your knowledge of the Ebon Eye is very limited. You've heard the name in passing. They are an order of knights, but past that, that's it.
Okay.
They are an order of undead knights from Drifton, specifically Sunwall. Our friend Sir, who we've talked about before, was an Ebon Eye knight.
Yeah, that's where it's familiar.
Yes. They are Vamir's contingent upon this plane, though it seems not all of them are aware of that. Our friend Christoph Reeves is one such entity, and he is coming to Iyo Thalor, it seems, to assist us.
Okay. You trust that he's not under the control like the rest of them?
I don't know if they are even under some sort of mind control, I think that they have sworn fealty to something and are perhaps largely unaware.
Got
Having
it.
been made aware, Kristoff was horrified.
I understand. Okay.
I'm really curious if they're going to show up in their full regalia. Or if Kristoff is acting on his own accord.
Perhaps if they are also unaware, maybe revealing them might sway them to our cause instead. Revealing the truth to them.
It's that, but it's also the fact that, everything seems to be pointing in a certain direction. There's a lot of coincidences, especially with Vimir, the Ebon Eye, Sir, all of that stuff, and everything that's happening now in Iyo Thalor. Coincidences just piling on top of each other, and one's an incidence, two is a coincidence, three is a pattern sort of situation. And a big thing is that with the Ebon Eye being sort of part of Drifton's might, one would say, it's actually really impressive and surprising that Kristoff is headed our way to help Iyo Thalor. So maybe he's acting on his own.
I believe so.
All right.
And if he's acting on his own in bringing other Ebon Eye soldiers, do you think that these are other Ebon Eye soldiers that he specifically trusts?
It was not mentioned that he is bringing other soldiers.
Oh, just kidding. I thought I heard something about 7 soldiers. I thought I misheard then. Okay. Scratch that.
It is worth mentioning that those knights... Well, Kristoff was surprised that there were Ebon Eye Knights in Iyo Thalor, which makes sense. Though they are technically mercenaries, so they are not strictly Drifton military, they are frequently contracted by Driftonian military. So this is not an explicit act of war, but it's cutting close. The fact that he's surprised suggests to me that they're trying to be covert in entering Shenthier and perhaps gaining Drifton some sort of stronghold. We know that Dr. Satosh had Viola's ichor, which he gave to Lazuli. Given that he is part of the academic arm of Drifton, it seems like this may have been in the works for quite some time.
So, Drifton might have some sort of interest in keeping Viola in power.
Using her as a resource.
A resource
Remember? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry.
For gaining a foothold in Shenthier. Through Elizabeth, who has, the title, the control of Iyo Thalor, which is a city with a cold iron mine. It's a foothold. It's close to the Driftonian border, close to the Wyvern Peaks.
Have we prepared for what could happen after the fallout? Obviously, we don't want their plans to go forward, but chaos is a ladder.
That is where Lucian becomes vitally important. He's the next in line as the Lord of Iyo Thalor. Taking care of Elizabeth in whatever form that takes means the rightful installment of him, and therefore avoiding any chaos.
Is that what you're prepared to do? Lazuli looks to Lucian.
Yes. I am. I Lucian's not like... He's not upset. He's not sad. He's not scared. But there is a... All of you can see there's a determination about him. As he... his finger rests on the signet ring that Echinacea has given back to him, and he just... The city has been mistreated, and that is not my family's will. The people there deserve better. And I am ready to give them better. So.
Before I ask the question, because I know this is above table.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I know that Lucian has had conversations about, like, with, I don't know if it was with Lazuli or Echinacea, but has had conversations about what he did in Iyo Thalor, what he was planning to do, which was to essentially kind of like usurp his sister, right?
Everybody's aware of that.
Everyone's aware of that.
Yeah.
Has he ever spoken at, and I'm blanking here, has he ever spoken about, like, what his determination for that was?
He was told to. He was instructed to by Sunwall. So Sunwall puppeteered Lucian to usurp his sister and to use him as a political mouthpiece. Lucian's selfishness in his decision was his own, but he was absolutely manipulated and instructed to do so.
Mm-hmm.
So he was,
and we all know that.
Everybody knows that. Yes, that has been shared.
Lucian, outside of what Sunwall did to you, what would have been the outcome for you? What would you have gained for yourself by becoming the head of Iyo Thalor?
Back then. The honest answer is whatever Sunwall would have given me. And I do not know what that is. I would have had the title. I would have had what I thought at the time was the respect of the people of Iyo Thalor, but that wouldn't have been it. It all would have been a facade. I would have had the tools to stroke my own ego. Which is why I believe they put me in that position. To give me something that I never dreamed of getting. The opportunity to see the respect of the people of Iyo Thalor. To take it myself.
And now?
Now I uphold my mother's vision. Now I know it's not about me. Now I know that I was deserving the whole time. And I have faith. Looks between all of you, his eyes ending on Echinacea. I have faith in myself, and I have faith in the people here. That is what matters. That's what this is about. That's what this is for.
She'd be proud, you know.
I am. I am. And I'm grateful. So yes, that is my goal.
Between your ardent goal and also Lazuli's goal as well. I mean, it's good to know that we're walking in this with our heads held high.
I am walking into this ready to give a very well-deserved apology to the people of Iyo Thalor and show them that I am willing to fight for them. Thank you for that.
I don't think Zio says anything in response to that, but there's more of like a puff to their chest. A feeling of confidence. Knowing that essentially one of the heads of this entire operation is pretty, regardless of what he is feeling, he's showing confidence, and Zio's feeling that.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Lucian used inspired courage, and it worked.
He doesn't have that spell. Okay. So you guys are spending the bit of this morning, all of the group sort of getting together, getting ready to go. Anybody you guys want to speak to? Anybody you guys want to touch base with before you go?
Zuli also relays that she spoke to Richter, and he will be providing his assistance.
Okay.
And reading them.
Oh, that's very exciting.
And he's joining us, Team Lazuli.
Team Lazuli.
Surprising no one.
Oh, I think we're gonna be fine.
Oh, that reminds me. Uldiel and Ishvar.
Yes, yes.
You two have your hats of disguises? Disguise?
They both produce them.
While you were on Team Lazuli, could you look like me and whistle?
You see Ishwar and Uldiel look at each other like, who's gonna... Uldiel puts her hat on and becomes you, Echinacea, and just sort of question, does this look right?
Echinacea is like, it's the difference between looking at yourself in a mirror and like actually seeing what you look like.
Mm-hmm.
They tilt their head and they're like, is that what my nose looks like in profile? I didn't know. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think, yes.
But
You're
wait,
perfect.
I know, I just need to...
Is that the face I make?
Yes.
Thank you for enlightening me, Uldiel.
Wait, so who is going to be...
Uldiel is Echinacea, Ishwar is Whistle. And
Okay.
Ishwar's like...
And who's going to be Lazuli and me over on Team Heart then?
Well, I think we don't want anyone in that building to know it's us, so I actually think that Whistle and I should probably look maybe like Ebon Eye soldiers or something. The point is for them to think we're all confronting Elizabeth. Because we're not.
Because we're not. Adolf is like...
Okay, Elizabeth, scary hag person with a death heart. Thing to consider, she could potentially see right through the illusion.
She could.
But it's fun regardless.
It's fun regardless. Okay. Does anybody, if not, I have some things NPCs want to do.
Oh.
So if folks have anything, please tell me.
I got one thing.
Okay.
Whistle will take the armor enhancement thing over to Lapis, because Lapis is still here, right?
Yeah, he's coming along.
Yeah, and just say,
There's a diagram I found.
Oh.
Could be worth equipping everybody, if possible.
This could actually be very good.
It's
So-
prototype.
And pulls the cloak open.
You see as Lapis just sort of approaches and like traces the circles, and they begin to sort of go. Aedwulf's like, "Ow!" Ishtor is like, "What is that?" Like it very clearly works. He stops it. And he's like, "This is going to be great. Yes, I can do that. Absolutely."
Nice job.
All right, thank you, Whistle. I appreciate that.
Oh, thank you. Anything that gives us an advantage.
I've refueled mana shields as well.
Oh, thank you.
Unfortunately, given the destruction of a couple of them, the teams have one each.
Well, we technically have 2 because Echinacea hasn't used theirs.
Oh, good point. Good point. But so you have 3 altogether. Okay, so that's Whistle. You give those, and you can see like Lapis already beginning to like tinker and prepare. You see Ishtor and Casimir are beginning to prep their teleport spell. This isn't me rushing you all. This is me saying that things are in preparation to move. There are a lot of you. It's going to take both of them to cast teleport. Lazuli, Zio, Echinacea, anything before NPCs do stuff?
Echinacea will go to Uldiel. And having, like, had this moment of, like, seeing her, like, affect them, Cleric Echinacea tries to recall the time that they were trapped in Amber. Can they remember seeing Uldiel's face?
No roll required, yeah. More than a couple times. Uldiel, you know her now to have this very stoic expression, this very strong and like unbreakable facade of knighthood, of regality. But in the glimpses that you see as you peer through this memory, this amber-laced memory, you see guilt, the sadness, and conflict within Uldiel. That it absolutely matches the reasoning she gave to being honor bound to you all the way back in Norfolk. This conflict within her was so present, and you have one specific memory of Uldiel pulling her blade, and at this moment she did not have the scar that she did, or that she does at this point. You see her beginning to, what you imagine, free you from the amber. That memory is quickly cut off as there is a large slash and a scream out, and you imagine this is the moment that Uldiel received this wound. But yeah, you absolutely remember those moments.
I think the Echinacea who has been present for most of this campaign, the wizard with only a couple months of memory to their name, contextualizes along with the cleric who has these 50 years of working with knights. They recontextualize the notion of being honor bound, which I think had made them very uncomfortable with Uldiel. Like, they accepted her help, but it was pretty hesitantly, and more because she seemed to demand it than them wanting it. But they recall that bravery and that impulse to do right by a stranger. So they go to her and rest an arm on her shoulder. I know that we're doing much that has nothing to do with freeing Koliada. I want to thank you for your patience.
My patience is nothing compared to what you are showing. You have pieces of yourself missing, and I am somewhat responsible. I am here to aid you in what you choose. What you choose.
Now that I have a little more of me back, I seem to recall you trying to help me.
One of the first times you've heard Uldiel genuinely emit a laugh. Yes. And I do not regret it.
In protecting Lazuli, know that I see your honor in all of its glory.
Puts her hand on yours. Just squeezes. That means the world to me. She sort of pats the armor made by Lucian. You are quite the knight yourself. Honor runs through you like a wildfire.
Don't say that. I'll die.
No, you will not. I am at your side.
Thank you for being at my sister's side today.
You are welcome.
I trust you.
I am happy to hear it. I will prove worthy of that trust.
You already have.
Then I will continue to.
Of that, I have no doubt.
All right. Lazuli, Zio.
I'm good. I don't have anything.
Okay, cool.
Also good.
Okay. NPC things. Aura goes up to you, Lazuli, and just sort of clasps your hands together. Just says, all right. Well, I have not fought a hag in a long time. I doubt this will be the last, but I am scared for you. I am scared about this, but I'm going to be right there with you, okay? Nothing is going to happen to you when I'm there. I promise.
Thank you, Mama.
She just runs in and hugs you incredibly tightly and just, of course, kisses your temple like 37 times consecutively. Just and you see Lapis sort of come into the both of you and just wrap you both in a warm hug. And he just sort of mutters, nothing will happen to this family while we're together. Not again. And he goes and kisses both of you about 10 times each on the temple. And Zio, Helitis approaches you and just pats a very gentle hand on your shoulder.
You're still here.
Yes, I am.
I thought you'd just burst into feathers and then return to wherever it is that you hang out in.
It's nowhere special.
Can I come visit?
Absolutely. I'll have to clean up, but yes. I just wanted to offer you fair winds on this next part of your journey. I know it is, well, horrifying to say the least. And though you might be walking into a tempest, know that the sun is on the other side.
I don't think I'm all that scared of the tempest. Have to embrace that, right?
Suppose you do. You can't stop just because the winds have gotten a bit rough.
question.
Hmm.
If we get our hands on that staff,
Oh, God. He's like, oh, the staff. I completely forgot.
would you want to maybe do something about it?
It'd be best to keep it safe, and I could contain it. That seems wise.
Well, we are potentially facing, my group is potentially facing Elizabeth. So there's a good chance that she either already has it or is somewhere in the castle. But I will mention it to Team Heart, that if they come across it, to try and contain it.
I appreciate that. The Witherstaff was incredibly charged by Isterus's hate and his magic. I doubt it is at the same level of power that it was then, but it is still nothing to underestimate, especially in the hands of a hag.
Okay.
Good luck, Zio. I will be watching.
Thank you.
Of course.
And I hope to make you proud.
I have little doubt that you will fail in that. Good luck.
See you on the other side of the storm.
Smiles as you return to the group. Echinacea, you hear as Eadwulf is just like, we got a stinky motherfucker coming. It's Lucy.
Echinacea looks around. Oh,
you see Lucy
literally.
approaching? Yeah.
I've got eyes in the back of my head.
Ah! I wasn't trying to skulk. It just happens sometimes.
I think it's because I'm plotting when to sneak up on you next, so it's a guilty conscience thing.
I love these games. They are very fun.
I'm bad at them.
No, you are actually quite good.
I got your note. I have not deciphered it. I'm an idiot.
No, I think I'm an idiot. I shouldn't have ciphered it. I liked the game of it, but well, the reminder inside will be there forever. I've enchanted it.
Oh.
Once you read it, well, once it is read to you, you can hear it
What?
again.
Oh. Oh. In your voice?
Yes.
That's lovely. I know that this is... It is just going to be a lot. That's all there is to it. You're going home, and things are different, and it is your home, and you deserve to be there. So, they press a bottle that has Potion of Heroism into his hand. This is for you.
Thank you.
You're already a hero, but sometimes feeling like one can make all the difference.
Well, you have knighted me.
That's right. They pull out a little teaspoon.
He sort of he extends a hand out, and just sort of leaves him open if Echinacea wishes to place theirs in his.
Yeah, they'll take his hand.
A bit of a spoiler for the letter, but since you have indeed knighted me, consider this my first knight's vow. I will stand by you, and I will cherish you, and I will uphold the values that you have inspired in me. Your dreams and aspirations are as important as mine, and I will do everything in my power to help you achieve them. — Thank you for everything. I'm happy to be going into this with you.
Echinacea was like a millisecond from asking where this is coming from, and then they remember the first time they went to bother him when he was imprisoned and essentially demanded that he not just rot in a cell. And so they stifle that question away because they think they have an inkling of the answer. Today, I am here to help with your goals. I'm here to help you restore your city, as are the rest of us.
I know.
They look at the ring on his finger, the signet. I know once I get the memories of my parents back, I intend to do everything in my power to hold on to them. What your mother wanted for the city is important. And it's right.
I agree. More than anything, I just want you to know I do not take it for granted. All that you've given me, all that you've shown me. I hold it close. And it is... Like I said, Lucien is beginning to tear up. He is very... There's a lot of gratitude present. He's looking upon a person who has not only shown him care in his worst moments, but a person that has reinvigorated his hope in people. It is clear in the look that is being bestowed to you that Lucien has this newfound sense of faith in people. He has faith in you. And there is this honor that wells within that gives him the drive to ensure that the kindnesses, the grace, and the gifts that have been given to him are not one-sided. That they are not taken for granted. That he lives a knight's ideals, and he gives to those who give to him. And very quickly, Lucien just squeezes you, hugs you.
Just so you know, I told a member of the Viper's Hand that if you become Lord Whittemore proper, you might be in a position to, bestow titles, so be prepared for that.
Huh?
I mean, legally...
I am.
You
no,
what?
legally.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? I didn't think... That's a good thing to stew on. You see as a devious smile sort of grows on his face as he looks at you and then looks at the rest of the party. Well, shall we go?
They slam a very tiny fist into the armor that is the prelude. It gives this gong sound.
Dong.
Yes, I am.
Okay. He puts out an elbow. Kaelin comes on the other side. Well, I don't want to be left out. As Casimir, all of you see as Casimir and Ishor, their teleportation magic begins to meld together as this electricity begins to arc outwards. This cold ice begins to swirl across the room. Casimir sort of stands up. Are we ready?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let's do this.
All right. You all stand divided by each individual. And in unison, Casimir and Ishor just say, to Iyo Thalor. And as you all teleport out, the magic taking hold, that's where we'll take our first break.
Ah.
All right.
We're back in the fucking building!
We're back in the building!
We're back in the fucking building. All right. Thank you guys for chilling out. Thanks for hanging out. We're about to do a lot more talking and planning as we see the Avengers that have been assembled in the Viper's Hand tunnels underneath Iyo Thalor. Until then, we'll see you guys when we get back. See you later. Make a scene here. We're back. Hi, everybody. You know what? What I love about Known Realms Tolesh is that the breaks are very calm, put together, and
professional.
Appropriate. Professional. Yeah. So, okay. So,
welcome.
So, as you all teleport in, you do not teleport within the tunnels, but you do teleport just outside the city of Iyo Thalor. Snow marks the horizon line as you all land, the teleportation magic fading as your feet hit snow. The trees begin to move with the wind, and as you sort of break through the tree line and see the city itself, you see multiple plumes of smoke. The smoke is green and horrifying. The smell is that of necrotic magic and undeath. The Whittemore estate itself, sitting on top of the hill upwards of Iyo Thalor, is emitting that same green smoke from its multiple chimneys. It almost looks as if the city itself is breathing alongside the smoke that is being emitted from the Whittemore estate. The life force of the city becoming evident in its depiction. You see on the outskirts of the city walls the Ebon Eye tents that were described by Henrik the night before to Echinacea. You see as Ebon Eye Knights for Iyo, Lazuli, and Echinacea, far too reminiscent of Sir to make you all feel incredibly comfortable. You see green flame, a plumage of which sprouting from helmets as these individuals walk back and forth, a similar position that your friend Sir was in, a soul bonded to obsidian armor. You hear the footfalls of ironclad feet on cobblestone. Even from this distance, the Ebon Eye are moving throughout the city, and they are moving consistently. You see people of Iyo Thalor, some faces that are even familiar, that are outside of the city, digging trenches and preparing defensive measures just in case something were to happen to the city. You're all here. And you see the state that Iyo Thalor has taken. In this time, a confirmation to the conversations you've all been having, it looks like the city is beginning to be formed into a stronghold. The orchards in the back have been picked dry. Any sort of foliage there has been lost to the winter. But you do see they're not directly Ebon Eye, they're individuals in these dark green cloaks wearing masks with one singular eye walking through. Jesus Christ, this is way too intense. Sorry, the music was really throwing me off. But you see as they are what looks to be digging in that orchard. For what, you're unsure, but the city is incredibly active, and it is not active on behalf of the people who live there. So you're all together. What do you do?
Clarification. Of what we see, the Ebon Eye is aggressive towards the city.
They are actively occupying it. So you're not seeing like them physically harming or abusing. The actions they're taking in and of itself are abusive, right? They're occupying a city that is not theirs. But you don't see like any sort of physical, like a stiff, like people being dragged out, right? But you don't see like people getting beaten or people get anything like that. No.
And you were describing people making trenches.
Yep.
I'm trying to picture in my head. Are they making trenches to try and? They're building
fortifications in case people move into Iyo Thalor with armed forces.
To oppose the Ebon Eye, or under the direction?
No. Under the direction of the Ebon Eye.
Okay.
This looks like an occupation.
Yes, it does. Okay. We need to meet up with the Viper's Hand. See what they can tell us. See what Uramil can tell us.
David, we're getting some big
David, we're getting
background noise
some
from
wild. Yeah.
Hmm.
It's like wah 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 wah.
It's the Ebon Eye.
It's the Ebon Eye. The one-eyed masks and dark green cloaks. We've heard of cultists to the Silence. Do we know of a name for them?
A name for them was not given. They are they were also referred to as the Silence. It is
Okay.
From what you learned from Lucian early on in the campaign, the group had adopted that name in kind as well.
Yes, and the last time, Claudette Marie Laveau of the Whitmore Laveaus let us know that 2 of those entities had been digging where Sir ended up sprouting out of the ground.
Correct.
And now we see them in the orchards?
You see them in the orchards digging. Yes.
Okay, I can do math. Okay,
It's Richard Point. If it looks like a duck.
Okay, so something of note, something mentioning. Those masked individuals wearing the green cloaks out in the orchards who are digging. The same thing happened in the Whitmore estate, and then 3 days later, Sir sprouted out of the ground. So we can perhaps infer that in a few days' time, some more Ebon Eye might sprout out of the ground over there.
You hear, Claudette, it seems that they may have an endless supply of soldiers.
Yes. Okay. That being the case, I think getting people out of the city is of the utmost importance. It's one thing for them to have a stronghold and another to have a stronghold full of hostages. We know about the gutways, which can be used to get people out, given the fact that at least that entrance looks pretty heavily protected. That's something to keep in mind.
How many people are we talking about here?
David, it's so loud. Is your
Is it still?
is your gain up too much? I think that might be it.
Also, yes to getting the people out of Iyo Thalor, but we can't let those people keep bringing the dead up. Not like that.
I agree, but we have days to handle that, and I think every day we let people live in the city, from what we know, a sacrifice is brought to Elizabeth every night.
We could create some kind of commotion that would require necessary evacuation. Something like that. Like, is there a place that we could... a way that we could make it seem like there's a fire and not actually, or something where the infrastructure, they would have to force citizens out, not because we're making them flee or stealing them away, but potentially for their own safety. But how do we make it not actually dangerous?
Right. Perhaps we could make it seem... Perhaps we could use a distraction where we make it look like someone is attempting to storm Iyo Thalor.
Right.
Get the Ebon Eye focused on that attempted incursion and use our resources to evacuate people while they are distracted.
And this should be done first, before we take care of the heart?
Yes, again, I think if Elizabeth has people to hold over our heads, she'll do it.
We're playing with a lot of lives here.
I'm aiming to save them.
Not just the civilians, but if we are creating a distraction to stand in opposition to the Ebon Eye, Who are we using for that?
I can do
I was
it.
thinking was that Urmil?
Yeah. You see the Fey King walking behind. Oh, hello.
Hello. Hello.
Sorry, I skulked. You're looking for a distraction?
It's good to see you.
It's good to see all of you. I am a master illusionist, and I can summon spirits that will not be harmed by mortal weapons.
Brilliant.
How many Ebon Eye are out there? Like, what is this?
This force that you're looking at that are digging trenches, 10 to 15.
That's
But
it?
we know from
Soldiers?
Henrik.
So on the outside, yes, 10 to 15 Ebon Eye are watching the perimeter that you are speaking about.
Okay.
But you know that there are at least 12 battle tents worth, which is much more than 15.
12 battle tents.
Yep,
Like, battle tents are what, like platoons?
correct.
So, if there's 12 platoons, how do you the military brain is coming in. It's like, I'm so sorry. How do you count platoons? Because platoons are typically upwards of 40 to 70 people,
So
depending.
about 30 apiece.
Okay, 30. Got it.
So
With,
30
like-
times 12.
Got it. So like squads of 10. So this
Correct.
essentially this right here is a squad.
Yes.
Okay. Iyo Thalor is fucking big though. Like,
Yeah. You all are
How-
unaware of what else is in there.
where the fuck is Lucian?
He's standing there.
Yeah. What is like growing up? Was there ever like conversations about practicing of what you would do in a situation where an occupation something like this would happen? And, like, is there anything that you were taught or learned while here about the way that people learn to protect themselves in case of a, I don't know, dragon attack? Undead soldiers coming in to take over the city.
No, we did not have express preparations for something like this. I was a boy when my parents imparted those lessons, and the lessons for me and my sister were to head into the basement and to stay safe. So I was not given the express plans to evacuate the city. That would be information that someone like Anatole would have. The Ducal Guard would have information on how to get the people out of the city. They would be the ones instructed there, not the named heirs.
To that end, do we see the Ducal Guard?
You see Ducal Guard operating. Yeah. I'd say all of you can give me an insight check on the Ducal Guard as you see them.
Wow,
Nope.
do you need to be saged? 8.
8.
Nat 1, baby.
Damn, it's a high stress situation. Understand? 5. Lazuli. Your saving
Perception?
grace. Yeah, insight.
Insight.
18.
They don't want to be doing what they're doing. They are fearful. They are acting in a way that they believe is going to keep the people of Iyo Thalor safe. They are acting as a shield to their people as much as they can. But it's clear with an 18 that the course of action they're taking, digging trenches and you know, aiding and occupying force, this is not what they want to do. They're operating out of fear and like preservation of not just themselves but of the city.
Really conveys that.
Okay, you all understand that.
So insightful. Okay. We should meet up with our allies. They have more information. They've been here.
Should we... Okay. So should we plan to sneak into the city, but have a timeline for when to be back and a location for us to return?
Our allies are actually outside of the city, to the south, so we don't have to sneak in.
I do not know where the Bright Fury is. I do not know where Milana is.
You know that the Viper's Hand called to them as well.
Okay. Has that been confirmed to me? Because
Yep.
that hadn't been. Okay.
That was confirmed.
Alrighty.
All right. Uramil does say, well, I scoped out the tunnel, so I can lead you there if you like.
You're a godsend. Also, can we hug you? Also, this is Whistle.
Hello. Hello.
Oh, no.
My goodness.
Emerald, not right now.
Okay, keep it to yourself.
How's the mic? Is coming in okay?
Yeah, you're coming in great now.
All right, cool.
Hello.
You all have a penchant for picking up scrumptious men.
You know, that's true.
All right, well, let me lead you. Let me lead you to the tunnel. Oh, and he's here. Uramil flushes a cape, and you all see Harold, the Mothfolk. He's just, hello.
Hello, Harold.
You will be happy to know that I have upheld our pact, wizard.
I'm very pleased to hear it.
It has been difficult to protect the people of Iyo Thalor with these tin-head fucks here.
Is this really what Harold sounded like?
Yes! Herald of Doom and Destruction. I remember I watched the session in preparation for this.
Well, Harold, I'm sorry that it's been so difficult.
That's all right.
How would you like a little exception to our pact that is in your favor?
I love amendments.
You may, if absolutely necessary, harm Ebon Eye
Huh?
or the current Lady Whittemore in order to protect civilians.
You see the big eyes get bigger and glow a bit red. Fantastic.
Okay, buddy.
Love Mothman.
His wings kind of go out. One is still a little injured from the battle had, but he begins to flutter off. And
Got a bullet hole in it from Lazuli.
yeah, there's a lot of damage from the party on this guy. But Uramil just sort of walks, offers hands to hold, sprouts two more illusory ones from his hips. All right, onward, let's go. But you all descend into the Viper's Hand tunnel, and as you do, you see as it kind of has. Are you guys familiar with trapdoor spiders? They kind of create like natural traps that look to blend in with their surroundings. So you see as Uramil pulls like a patch of snow-covered grass that has a trapdoor underneath it. He opens it and he says, oh, there you go, head on down. They're very smart. I almost missed it. Oh. But you all make your way down, and you see it almost looks like a mine shaft, where it is a long tunnel system that sort of curves off into cavernous rooms. There are these iron supports where these arcane torches sort of line the long strip of tunnels, and you can hear off in the distance voices communicating with one another. And you all do hear, as I said, I was sent by Lazuli in order to aid in the Battle of Iyo Thalor. I am here to help. And you'd hear, yeah, right, well, I'm not very set on fucking Driftinian military men here to help. Can you fuck off? And you hear behind, Dooney, relax. There's no need to get uppity, all right? Take a second. Step back. Your name? And you just hear, well, I'm Monroe. That's my friend Victor. And we're not going to take kindly to any disrespect. You understand me? Now, I get that you're iffy about drifting, right?
Monroe! Stop it!
Hey!
Stop it.
Runs over, picks you up, squeezes you, hugs you.
Don't yell at our friends.
I'm not. How was I supposed to know? Hi, everybody. It's good to see you. Richter sort of comes behind and just offers a bow. Hello. It's good to see you all.
Lazuli's standing frozen there for a second, like eyes a little watery, and then it's just like almost like a rubber band snap. Like you just see like a poof of like pixie dust, and then it just like bam right next to it.
He just kind of similar to Monroe and Echinacea. He just picks her up, and I'm very happy to see you.
Good to see you too.
Who are we arguing with over here?
You see Henrik. Dooney gets a bit defensive. You see a small, what looks to be halfling individual, a little portly, bald, sort of broken nose. Just like, yeah, right, I don't really do kindly with strangers, and I just get defensive. I'm Dooney.
My
It's
most
Timmy.
anticipated NPC.
Right. Henrik's like, are these lot with you then?
Yes, and thank you so much for not killing any.
We understand that we might get odd sorts here. So thank you for giving me the heads up, Doctor. I appreciate it.
Of course, I have another heads up to give you, a new one.
Wonderful.
A Christoph Reeves of the Ebon Eye.
Dooney's like, what the fuck?
Okay.
You kidding me? We're just letting anyone down here.
Well, he's an old friend. And, oh, okay.
Henrik is just sort of, you vouch for him.
I do.
All right, then we will have to put our differences aside. Well,
We've all come that way, haven't we?
we have all come so far, yes.
I think Zio extends a hand out to Henrik.
Shakes it.
Mm-hmm.
Looks at all of you, the last time having seen you being impaled by the Gildenfire's blade. You can see that he's still in a leg brace that kind of goes up to his like spine. And he's just sort of, oh, well, join me at his table then. There are others that are here. Sort of begins to walk a bit slowly, leading you all down. Monroe is just sort of leaning into you, Echinacea, and be like, oh, it's good to see you. I'm glad you're okay. I mean, I know a lot happened.
You're okay. You didn't write back to me, you little turd.
I know. I'm sorry. Things got. I found my quarry.
Okay, I want to hear about that.
Yeah, we'll talk about
Maybe
it
later, though.
Not now. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm happy to see you.
Happy to see you too.
I like your jacket. And Monroe's not wearing he's wearing like the duster jacket and like the blue artificers wear. And he's talking to you. He starts gushing about trains. It's just like, you're going to love it. You're going to want to see him. Richter leans into you, Lazuli. And it's just like, thank you for calling me. I appreciate the opportunity to help.
Thank you for coming. Especially on such late notice. It's worse than I thought.
I can see that.
And as we're going down the tunnels, are we getting closer and closer, like, technically to the city?
Yeah, technically, yes. You are, you're under the ground, but yes, you are inching closer to the city.
How is Lazuli feeling with this close of a presence? Like, it's been a long time since she's been this close to Elizabeth or another hag or anything that's like so deeply connected to her, this type of magic. Even just being kind of close to Sivaholm.
Yeah.
Like, obviously there's a huge amount of death and like it's more trickled here, but it's like this green smoke miasma. She's hesitantly going to also cast Primeval Awareness just to catch the vibe, but as she does, she's going to hold onto Richter's arm a little tighter because she knows it's gonna be a lot.
You are battered by undeath, by fae, by death itself, it is almost too much to handle. It is almost too much to bear. But as you said, you're squeezing Richter's arm. You are holding him close. And he is keeping you up. Those are the big pings you get. Fae, undead, a lot of death given your draw as a pact holder to a Death Hag. You do get the hint of, obviously, dragon, Ishore's there. But there is something unknown to you. A category of creature that you have not yet discovered and you do not yet have a name for. It's large. And it's traversing the city.
Can I make a Arcana or any other check to see like any other little hints or glimmers or directions?
You can. But you mentioned the green smoke. It's almost as if smelling an incense that you want to get closer to. You find yourself drawn to it, like a moth to flame. The scent is intoxicating. It is that of rich kitchen spice, cinnamon and pepper mixing in your nostrils. It's almost as if a soft voice is in your ear asking you to dinner. In a comfortable place where you feel safe. Home. And what did you get on your Arcana check?
Oh, I haven't rolled it.
Fair and understandable. Lots happening. 26. For a moment, you see a flash. And that flash is haunting. Trigger warning for some light gore. What you see is almost a bestial-like creature. You're gathering it is a combination of undead monstrosity and fae. These long and gnarled limbs, 2 dominant arms, and 2 hind legs, almost canid, skulk as this torn flesh and viscera drape over it like a protective cloak. It snarls under its breath and just as it stalks the streets of Iyo Thalor.
Lazuli, I don't know where she is in the ranks in the tunnel, but she's usually pretty loud and jingly. She's got a lot of metal bits. She wears heels, and if she's walking, you can really kind of the tick tick tick, or even if she's flying and hovering, there's usually little jingles. You hear it clatter as she kind of rolls this or opens herself up to cast Primeval Awareness, and stumbles into Richter and is just kind of almost similar to whenever she wargs into Fritz, there's that wide-eyed, her eyes go even more the pupils aren't even there, just kind of that silvery gold kind of look as she's seeing that flash. And it's almost one of those silent screams, the mouth is open but there's not a lot, kind of a choked scream.
Lazuli.
I thought it would be okay. I thought we were far enough away, but I just wanted to do like I usually do and check and see what was in her.
What did you see?
I've never seen anything like it. There's obviously so much death, but fiend roaming the streets. Not an actual fiend. I don't know what to call it. It's something between undead and fae, and it's just roaming up there. It's massive. And she'll describe, she'll attempt to describe it.
Mm-hmm.
And the smoke is cloying and calling. Do you smell it? She's curious to see if it smells the same as intoxicating to everyone, or is it just for her?
What everybody else smelled was putrid. Almost rotting foliage. Death itself, yeah.
Aidwolf,
Yeah.
you're Fae and undead.
This could be one of us.
Corruptor. Corporate.
Yeah. It fits the bill.
Are you all having this conversation
Aidwolf is speaking out loud.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a way that I could sense Aidwolf's energy more to try to compare? I know he's a shadow now.
They open themselves up to it for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And while Aidwolf is a lot more docile,
Mm-hmm.
the same baseline signature becomes present.
You see Lazuli kind of has a shiver and quietly nods.
Question then becomes, is the Corruptor Corporate working on its own, or is it going to consume someone? And if so, who?
I don't think Elizabeth will allow anything beyond these walls without intention.
Which means she summoned it here.
Or whoever. Yeah.
Or Viola did. A Fae that powerful would be able to make one summon a Corporate fairly easily. And if this one's looking for a host, was it feral? Lazuli? Was it feral?
I got a 26. Could I have?
It was from the description. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
It was wandering. It almost looked rabid.
It's looking for its target, and it doesn't know who it is.
Lazuli looks like Echinacea. Is it you? No.
I don't think so.
I would recognize it.
Lazuli.
Yeah, I think it's you, Lazuli.
Could very well be you if this is something that Elizabeth has released upon the city.
Oh.
She knows we're coming.
I'm so used to the Corporate being something after Echinacea.
Well, he didn't start off that way, if you'll remember.
Oh.
Took over my husband for 50 years, and then...
I'm sorry.
I mean, the thing... Aidwolf, I'm not upset with you. Two, also hysterical, Richter and Monroe have not met Aidwolf. He was not there, so I think their shadows expended on the wall, and it's a wolf speaking when Aidwolf talks, and I think Echinacea has forgotten that these individuals have not been introduced to that, so they're just speaking, right? Mm-hmm. But yes.
You see Richter and Monroe just almost in unison go,
Oh.
And who's that?
This is Aidwolf. Aidwolf. This is Monroe. This is Richter.
Hello?
Right.
Richter. Hello. He's like, okay, well, if he's with the group, I trust him. And Monroe's like,
It's all a lot, but the a lot might be useful here. So left to his original pact, Aedwulf consumed Lorien, and it was very bad for a long time. However, I was able to rework Aedwulf's pact, and that allowed us to become partners.
So the same could be true with this thing.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I trust you.
I'm not saying, Lazuli, I'm not saying you should, but I'm saying if push comes to shove, that could be something in your arsenal.
Or
Lizzie
release
looks
it.
down at her own shadow that's probably flickering in the candlelight.
Mm-hmm. Whistle Nikolai sort of leans into your ear and just, a good thing we found those armor schematics. Oh, God.
Yes, it looks like we're walking into quite a battlefield.
Oh, I'm less confident about how fun this is going to be.
We're not alone, though.
I know. It's a lot.
Whistle's gonna kind of like just quickly like eye Monroe up and down and say,
Looks like the doctor brought soldiers.
Well, I'd like to say friends first, but yeah, soldiers are good.
I was talking to Nikolai.
Oh.
I think Whistle's just eyeing Monroe.
Yes.
He's not saying anything.
No, soldiers are good in this moment. They are needed. Holy shit. Holy fuck. I will say all of you then arrive to this table, where a bit of positivity and obviously continue to feel the oh God, but you guys see Jen and Bellin standing on the opposite side of the table. Jen, fully armored in Thortel green and gold. Bellin, a lot taller with some long hair that sort of flows down in this beautiful braid, wearing druidic wares. And Jen just sort of like, oh my God, hops over the table, runs, and jumps into all three of you and just squeezes and just oh my babies.
Echinacea pulls Kaelin into his maternal figure's arms. Come on.
This hugs her and she punches him in the stomach, kisses him again. You haven't written me in the last 2 weeks. Unacceptable.
Kaelin.
I've been busy. He's just, yes, it's been, hi, Jen. Hugs her again. She just, this Iyo, good to see you, lad. You look well. I like the horns. They're very pretty.
Thank you. They're finally growing in.
Yeah, look at you. Lazuli, the new look suits you, sweetheart. You look well. You're muted, yeah.
Are you silent or were you silenced?
Are you well? Thank you.
I'm doing a lot better now. It's good to see you. Hello there, Angel. Oh.
Hello there. Echinacea leans down and kisses her forehead.
Hello, Boots. Hello, Jacket. Hello, lover.
Oh. Blushing, they look around. We have a lot of introductions to make everyone. This is Whistle. Whistle, this is Jen, the hottest halfling in Shenthier.
You see she undoes the top 2 bits of her armor, so her,
okay, calm down.
Calcium cannons are on display. And
Yeah, Jen, that definitely barking up the wrong tree.
Oh, he's taken?
Yes.
Yes.
Unfortunate. Nice to meet you, Whistle. Puts out a dainty little hand.
Takes it and just kind of presses his head close to it.
Oh, she buttons herself back up. She's like, oh, whatever. Looks at Henrik. Bellin comes over and picks all 4 of you up and just a big furbulk individual just squeezes. Just, oh, it's good to see you. Nice to meet you, Whistle. I'm Bellin. I'm a druid, and I'm their friend.
Nice to meet you.
Oh. Wow. Hi, little seeds. It's been too long. Not
It's
quite
so
little
good to see
anymore.
Mm.
Oh,
Mm.
man.
A lot has happened, but I think we've got priorities to take care of, right?
Yeah, we'll catch up, but we got business to get to. Like, Velen's all like, ugh. All right.
Time to tie.
Yeah. Fixing the fur coat.
This whole area right here, I can only imagine this is kind of like a rebel outposting, like there's
Exactly.
a lot of pieces moving, people moving, like
Yep.
areas, encampments, maybe like people being like tended to and everything.
Correct.
Does Zio's been like looking around, just like eyes darting back and forth, trying to find any sort of signifier for the Bright Fury?
You do see Milana moving forward in Bright Fury attire with two other Bright Fury agents that you can see in this moment. And Milana just sort of waves. Good to see you, Zio.
Zio. Wow, that's me,
Zio?
actually. Wow. It's good to see you too. You sounded harried this morning. Is everything all right?
Took me a bit to get out of the city unnoticed. I got Henrik's call last night. Made my way forward and made sure to call forth as many people as I could muster.
Good.
It's not much, but together it helps.
By any chance, has there been signs of a young member by the name of Vaughn?
I haven't heard from Vaughn in a moment. I don't believe they're anywhere near Iyo Thalor at this time.
Good. Okay. Just wanted to check.
Yeah, of course.
I know they're a tricksy type.
Not too uncommon from yourself.
I've changed a bit.
You still look plenty tricksy. Exactly. Well, it's good to see you, lad.
It's good to see us working together, and like looks over to where like the group is like talking to Henrik and everything.
Ayosha comes first.
Absolutely. Let's get this underway.
Let's do it. You do see as Jen comes forward, Kaelin quickly running behind and pushing a wheelchair. You see an very elderly human man, Christopher Elmsong, a man that you have all heard plenty of stories about, Kaelin's adopted father figure. Kaelin has one hand pushing the wheelchair, the other sitting on his shoulder. This bald head, but with these big mutton chops. He looks to be in his late 80s, but he is far past that. He is wearing this set of green robes and this golden sash around him as he just sort of...
Oh, these are the ones you've written letters about. Well, I'm happy to plan with you all and aid in the saving of Iyo Thalor. It is good to know that the world is not lost for heroes.
Christopher looks.
Zio, I take it. It is a pleasure to meet you, young man.
Nice to meet you.
Lazuli, hello. You do have very cute cheeks.
Lazuli was like taking a deep curtsy and is just like stuck in it as he complimented her, blushing like, can you say that?
Whistle. Kind eyes.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Oh, you can call me Christopher. It is a pleasure, my lad.
Likewise.
Nikolai, hello to you.
Nikolai's like, hello, how are you? Wonderful.
I've seen better circumstances, but this is all right. It's good to see so many young and bright faces. Lord Whittemore, a pleasure to see you return home.
Lucien, thank you for protecting said home when I did not. bows with deep reverence to Christopher. Christopher has rolled over to you. Echinacea Belrose. Extends a hand.
Echinacea holds it tightly. Thank you for getting Kaylin out of there.
Thank you for making my boy very happy.
Oh, you're welcome.
You are very beautiful.
You know, my head's gonna explode maybe. Okay.
He's lucky I'm not 70 years younger.
Oh!
Damn, that's crazy.
Kaylin's like, thank you, Christopher. He's blushing. He's like, this is my dad. And Christopher is just like patting your hand and he just kisses your knuckle.
It's nice to finally put names to the faces. The faces to the names. Shall we get to business?
Yes.
All right. Henrik stands at the head of the table and just... So, we're all together. And it's mighty good to have allies in this endeavor. What do you all propose be our first order of business?
Evacuation?
I think evacuation. Also, separate but important. Have you been able to access any cold iron?
Reached out to my lads. It seems they're having some struggles in the tunnels. But they should be back shortly.
Okay. Our plan for handling Elizabeth Whittemore involves that cold iron.
What kind of
the
struggles?
gut waves.
What kind of struggles are they having?
The mines have been derelict for a bit. They haven't really been producing much under Elizabeth's rule. And that's for the past handful of years. Given the state of the city, that must have been intentional. There's plenty there, but there are also creatures there that have been left unchecked. So, it's just taking a bit of time for the lads to contend with such creatures. They should be here in the next 4 hours. But, if you all feel that we can continue on with evacuations without the cold iron, then we can try our hand at that.
The only problem I foresee there is once the evacuations begin, everything begins. It's difficult to do that subtly.
Yes.
I can touch base and see if they can just grab and ditch then.
Should we go help?
That's up to you all. You're already putting yourselves at risk. Jen and Bellin go, oh, we can go help. Try and save our resources, make it quick. Bellin could probably talk to the creatures themselves and ask them to just be nice.
Given how important the cold iron is, though,
He kind of looks around.
if you trust them, I do too, but it is critical that we get that iron. It is our best weapon against them, against the hags.
Oh, I understand. I'm a master thief, and Bellin is a master at interpersonal relationships. So, with the both of us, we'll have it handled. I promise you that.
Looks to the rest of the party, and yeah, if no one objects.
All right, I'm convinced.
Bellin wild shapes into a dire wolf. Jen hops on. All right, well, we'll see you in the next hour. I guarantee it. Or your money back! slaps Bellin on the butt as they begin to ride off.
What money?
Never mind.
We should also prepare about how do we support and protect the civilians that we will be evacuating? Where will they go, and how will we make sure that they don't get hurt, or will they have food, shelter?
Well,
how will they get there safely?
I have an answer for that. We will transfer them to the nearest Shanthirian city, which, at this rate, as I look at my map, and I'll say there is a large map of Tolesh in front of you guys, so we can get him down to Riviere, which is going to be this little village over here. Yep.
And that's on the way to Aldengate, which is the capital.
Right. So they would have the Viper's Hand protection and travel. And we would feed them. We would make sure that they get where they need to go safely. Using the tunnels, of course.
Zio doesn't want to speak for the Bright Fury, but they do kind of look over to Milana as well.
Yeah. Milana is just sort of nodding at you, Zio.
We are for aiding the people. So we can aid in that as well. Making sure that people get to Riviere safely and fed and comfortably. We have a group of about 10 medics. They will be able to tend to any wounds that we find. We'll be able to get the people safely out and repair any damage done.
Milana, do you know if Loretta is okay?
Loretta is okay.
Is she among the medics, or...?
She is among the medics, and she is on her way here. She just had a little bit of difficulty getting out of the city right away.
Understood.
But the doctor is safe.
Could you pull up the map of the city again?
Yep.
I know that there are entrances to the Gutways near the Temple to Avandra, in the Wastes, by the Lore Keep, a couple other ones.
Lore Keep, Temple of Avandra, Wastes. There is one in the Arms District right here by the Order of Alchemists. Those are the big ones. Those are the ones you're working with. Oh, and there's one right behind the Whitmore estate right here.
Yeah, I was just about to say if that was just on the map or one of the...
No, that is one of them as well. So you guys have kind of range from like all around the city.
And then where's the hospital? Right around here?
Yep, correct. It is technically this building right across from the Order of Alchemists. So,
okay. So besides, you first.
No, I was just going to ask, do we happen to have the Ebon Eye tents?
Oh,
location, 12 tents?
Yeah, I can put those on there. Ow! So, I'll put these in green. Oh god, that might be stupid with the... Okay, that's stupid. Yellow. So, there are tents here. 2 tents here. 2 tents here. Here.
It's like this is on their own war room map, right?
Yeah. Exactly. So there are 2 here at the southern post of the city. There is one. There's a group here. They've sort of made home in the orchard. But you imagine they all circle to each other. There is here outside of this entryway. So 2, 4, 6, 8.
That's 12.
10, 12. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the good news is, the entrances to the Gutways are pretty far from the encampments. Our plans will involve some of the party being here, so I wouldn't use that entrance for civilian escape. That would be an escape route for the party members there. But if we could funnel civilians to the other gutway entrances, we could perhaps completely avoid the Ebon Eye.
That would be good. Get people through the wastes, get them into the tunnel, and start moving them southward. Uramel does sort of. I do have some unfortunate news. In sniffing out the hag here, I discovered that she resides in what can be called a permanent demiplane. It was hard for me to track her scent initially. I recognized that, well, I could smell Elizabeth when she was outside of it, but there was a point where the scent almost disappeared, but I have a good sniffer. It looks like it's underneath the Whittemore estate. Now, permanent demiplanes are different than normal demiplanes. Demiplanes, if you were to enter, you could not escape if the caster had passed or were unable to continue concentrating on the spell. A permanent demiplane is essentially what I believe Viola's hut. This demiplane underneath the Whittemore estate. So, for those in search of the heart, looks between Echinacea, Whistle, you will be entering a permanent demiplane.
And we would not have a connection to one another.
Correct. Communication would be erased, and teleporting out would not be a guaranteed escape.
Understood.
Felt like important information for you to have. Once you enter, you are cut off communication-wise to all those who are not with you.
Okay.
Our plan currently hinges on the fact that we could potentially lure Elizabeth out of her hut, or Viola's hut, and into the herbarium via me continuing the pact. Would she ever leave? I fear that so much hinges on her leaving. Is it possible?
Is Viola leaving the demiplane possible?
I meant Elizabeth, not Viola.
Oh, she walks the city.
But will she if she knows that if she's potentially at risk? And from what I've read about huts, if a witch is killed outside of her hut, she can respawn inside it. But she can only be killed inside it, like how we did with Viola. So...
Well, that's good, because your Lizzie is not quite a hag yet.
Oh,
she's
right.
an in-between.
I see.
I think to answer your question, you must depend on your ability to lure her out. Can you offer something enticing enough for her to follow? And you're all very interesting, so I believe you can. I just don't know what that is. Irma's such a fucking idiot. I'm so sorry. Oh!
Well, that would probably be you, Lazuli. You are what she wants after all, right?
And what of the Corberay? If it catches me, will it kill me, or will it just take me to her?
Aedwulf kind of... If she summoned it, there's a good chance that it'll take you to her. So, in order for the plan to be successful, it might be wise for team infiltration to take out the Corberay. Or try to appeal to it.
We could almost make it seem like I am intentionally being chased by the Corberay into the herbarium. That would be a way for her to feasibly believe that this is where I'm taking shelter, not where I'm luring her.
That's very smart.
Inspiration point. Way to use the fucking world around you, baby girl. Nicely done.
And you can sense it, so you know the direction it's heading in.
Right. We just have to make sure that we know how to subdue it.
Well, it can't go in the herbarium, and you can. Declan protected that herbarium with you in mind, so that Fae with good intent could enter. Given that this corruptor corpore is here to eat somebody, I imagine it can't go in.
Can Elizabeth go in? She's
Probably
not.
not.
So how do we trap her if she can't go in?
You can use that as a safe place. Trapping her would be the cage that we're going to make with the cold iron.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's something that we should do to prep while we have the time.
That's why we can't really evacuate people until we have those made.
Henrik, Dooney stands up on the table. Right, so, question for me to you all. What do we do? Obviously, we're helping evacuate the city, but there are a lot of fucking knights up there. Do you all need help with that?
Well, that is why we asked for the Viper's Hand's help and the Bright Fury's help and the Thortel Guild. We needed fighters, people to help.
But I think we should maybe focus less on trying to kill them, because they can come back and you cannot. And more about distracting. So evade, distract, elude, spare the time. Don't worry about killing them. They will come back, but I don't want anyone's lives risked.
I can do that. I'm a great distractor. Dooney hops off the table, and you see as he transforms into an Ebon Eye Knight.
Oh, perfect.
I'm a distraction.
We need chaos.
Yes, we need chaos.
That I can
Frankly, if Ermil is here and can make something perhaps akin to an arcane mirage or something,
You're reading
then-
my mind.
can you disguise yourself? And they'll point to Harold like one of him.
I had a better idea, but it's in line with your idea. You see as he casts Minor Illusion, but like he's a Fey Lord, right? So his Minor Illusion gets stretched a little bit. There's a little diorama of the city, and you see what is a flock of Mothmen flying down on Iyo Thalor as a giant Fey moth with 8 wings, 3 heads, blowing this like ominous smoke out of its mouth. This is what I was thinking.
Yes, I'm thinking that in conjunction with what you're doing. I think you do you, that's perfect. But in terms of what the Viper's Hand can do, they can't
Could we fake a rift?
do that.
A planar bleed?
Mm-mm.
No.
No.
Well, illusion. It's not maybe to that severity, but
I could. Well, I think that's to Echinacea's plan, where I can kind of make things seem a bit more dire than they are.
right.
For them, of course.
What about Elizabeth herself? Can you be her?
I don't want to.
There. Lazuli looks reticent. I'm just like,
My thought is that if Ermil is here, likely a hag could also sense him in the way that he can sense a hag.
Mm-hmm.
So if the Viper's Hand and the Thortel Guild look like Fey entities as well, she could assume that this is an incursion on her territory.
I could absolutely do that.
I think your plan is perfect. Again, I'm talking about what the Viper's Hand can look like to be distractions rather than themselves.
Christopher kind of perks up. Something of a disguise.
Yes.
I can help with that. You see as he begins to like lean into a bag and starts pulling out these badges. Echinacea, given that you are a Fate Touched of Minri, the weave is familiar to you. You sense something very similar to your hats of disguise.
Excellent.
I started making them when the city was occupied.
Very talented.
And we have a lot of mages to keep up appearances.
Excellent.
So that is what the Thortel, the Viper's Hand, and the Bright Fury will be up to as Urimil kicks off his distraction.
Perhaps we could... I'm trying to decide what entrance we ought to emphasize. I'm tempted to say the Eastern Gate, as it's pretty far from the Gutway tunnels we'll be evacuating people out of, and far from the estate. Draw those forces as far away from us as possible, and civilians.
We also could see what Reeves could do to help in that regard.
Yes, maybe he can give some orders.
Or at least knows their protocol, like Zio had mentioned. What do they do under training? Whenever Zio asked Lucian about their protocol of invasion, I bet Reeves has more insight as well.
That makes sense to me.
Alec, real quick.
Yeah.
Is there a gutway opening right on the R of the Arms District?
Oh my god, yeah, there is.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Inspiration point for fighting it. Being attacked. All right.
So it looks like we're trying to keep the Gutway entrance in front of the herbarium as clear as possible. But there's three that we could potentially have people go to. So the Arms District, the Wastes, and the Sun Parsley Market. It seems like that's a good triangle of locations. And probably, I'm assuming, where a lot more of people can amass to quickly. Maybe the Viper's Hand takes one, the Bright Fury takes another, and the Thortel Guild takes another.
We could post representatives just to make sure people get in and we can direct them. Absolutely. David, I just want to... It looked like you were about to say something. Did you have anything to add here?
No, not at the moment.
Okay.
I think we're all on the same page here about, which entrances to the Gutway we'll use.
Okay. So with the plan pretty much, if I'm understanding correctly, ironed out, so you guys kind of continue to talk and strat with these individuals. After about 45 minutes, you hear an entry, just like, all right, under an hour, we did it. You're welcome. No need to pay us. Drops 3 or 4 bags of holding. They're all in there. And you see about 15 to 20 Viper's Hand members walk in and just wiping sweat, a little bit of blood. They're just kind of oh. All right, Bellin turns back into a into a furbolg, and it's just yeah, they were not happy with the company in there. Let me tell you. We figured it out.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. That's all the cold iron you guys could need.
All right, Whistle.
Whistle, you begin crafting?
Perfect. Yes, let's get to work.
Let's go.
I would like you to give me, as you begin to work here, give me an intelligence and dex check. And is there anything that you're saying in Arethian to the cold iron? Oh.
Whistle is, as he's working, whispering in Arethian to the cold iron, that they
follow my guidance, and you will find purpose. You will find nobility,
Mm-hmm.
and you will find peace.
And yeah, I'm gonna go dice.
Go.
Ooh. We're both really bad.
No! Can I give him my inspiration?
I will
I got
allow
one.
it. Oh.
I got inspiration. I have one inspiration because it's a dexterity and an intelligence check, right?
Yep.
Okay. So I'll reroll this one because that's the lower
If
one.
if you want to give him an inspiration, I will allow it for this. How are you aiding?
Echinacea cast Fabricate to create one of these yesterday.
Yep.
So I think they're literally just sitting there with the plans unfolded, and they're just muttering about like the structural integrity and like literally just a guiding hand.
Yeah. Absolutely. Okay. So you can go ahead and re-roll those, David, both of them.
All right. So that is it's significantly better. The
Love
first
that.
two ones were a 3 and a 4. So this is at least a 9 and a 15. So for Dex, that would be 14 and then 18.
14 and 18. Great rolls.
14.
Yeah, no, great rolls.
And I would totally also drop a Fabricate spell on this too to help it out.
Okay, perfect. You absolutely do. Any flavor to the Fabricate spell? I believe this is the first time you cast it.
This is. So yeah, as Whistle and Echinacea are guiding the cold iron into the form, just as he kind of like breathes in and breathes back out, the metal just kind of ripples across, kind of like liquid, and he kind of goes into this almost like trance-like state where the eyes kind of slightly grow, and he just kind of starts to pull the metal out as he's kind of like just gesturing towards it, kind of pulling it into form.
Yeah, absolutely. As you begin to pull it into form and you utter these words, there is a moment where this metallic resonance is just present in your voice. And as you speak, you feel yourself adopt this incredibly calming chill. You in this moment are almost one with the metal. You are showing your vision more than you're showing your vision more than you are instructing. In this moment, you find yourself standing atop that same foreign yet familiar metallic balcony, metal hands weaving like an orchestra conductor as the world around you changes to your will. The metal inside this tunnel in this moment is doing the same. As you see in this memory, this vision, you see as new districts of a city are lifted, created from a thought, and in conjunction with the metal that bends to your will. Nobility, honor, these words ringing through in a voice that is not quite your own, but it sounds like the one that sometimes is in your mind.
Mm-hmm.
And you hear the metal respond as it begins to take the shape you will it to. Forged. Soul. Forged. They begin to recognize you. And we're going to take our final break there. Yeah! All right, everybody. We will see you in about 10 minutes. More planning, and then we enter Iyo Thalor. All right, and we will see you guys soon. Bye-bye! everybody. Welcome back to No Realm Tolesh, Chapter 69. Nice. We are... Whistle is currently constructing the 2 cages. You said you wanted to add some flavor on that. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's nothing too crazy. But the cages will all have that same kind of telltale Damascus drip.
Yeah.
But I think if you look real close at the bars, it's one of those things, it gives like a little bit of an optical illusion where if you line up just right, it's actually making the same skyline of that city from the vision.
Ooh, inspiration point. Take it. That's so good. Oh, that fucks. Nice.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have a bit of downtime here where this is being created. Anything you guys want to get up to or do or talk about in this time? I will say around you, you see about 20 Viper's Hand individuals talking to Uramil and getting the plan, and he's being incredibly theatrical. You see 5 Viper's Hand split off to head down to the other part of the Gutway where they are bringing people in, or they will be bringing in evacuees. You see the entrance of about 15 Thortel Guild individuals. You see a collection of what look to be mages and some combatants. They look to be Bladesinger wizards. There's a book on their side and, blades on their opposite. And Christopher and Kaelin are speaking to them both and just sort of informing them of the plan. Just keeping them up to date, and they're sort of nodding. You see one mage and one Bladesinger begin to walk down the Gutways as well to begin get into position to welcome in evacuees. Loretta finally makes it down with other doctors, and you see that she is communicating with the Bright Fury again. Like there are a lot of people relaying plans, and then all of you hear just this as a large suit of black armor is seen, but a helmet is quickly taken off, and you see the undead revenant form of Christoph Reeves, who's got this patchy bit of facial hair, some tattoos that are visible from the neck, this long, curly, brown, black hair that's sort of swept back. He places a weapon, his kind of wicked-looking halberd, down, puts his helmet on the ground, and just sort of goes hands up because he understands he's probably not super welcome here. And Junie's like, look at him!
No, that's the...
That's the
one
friend
I told you about.
All right.
Yes.
Well, I'm lucky you're not on my bad side. All right. Sorry. I'll sit down. Reeves.
Thank you.
Reeves looks... It's good to see you.
Likewise.
Come here, my friend.
Oh my goodness.
Happy to hear that you've got
I can't believe I was so afraid of you.
Understandably so. I do not cut as handsome a figure as I once did. I'm a lot more jarring.
Much like the first time when Echinacea didn't remember that they knew him, they cast Spare the Dying just to get a glimpse of his face as it was.
Yeah, you see that wash of life and that same handsome man that you now remember a lot more than you did when you met him the first time. And he just, well, right, I'm here to help, so you could inform me of the plan, and, well, maybe we can catch up a bit too.
I would be delighted. Plan.
Yeah, you say the plan, and Reeves kind of goes, Zio, I did bring you a present.
Oh.
Pulls out some lemon bars.
Did you bring everybody a present?
I may have. Do you accept my offer?
I will accept it because that's very kind of you.
He goes into a bag of holding and starts putting out trays of lemon bars. You can call it a peace offering. He puts them down. Echinacea, he hands you a couple. He looks down at you, Whistle. He looks busy, but I haven't met him before, that's for sure.
Whistle, this is Christoph. Christoph? Whistle.
Christoph Reeves.
Nice to meet you, Whistle.
Pleasure. Nice to meet you, Whistle.
I'm so sorry.
You good?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I almost choked because I saw the corgi
beeline it.
And I'm like,
Reeves looks to you, Lazuli. It's good to see you.
She's eating lemon bars.
Zio is slowly how many trays of lemon bars?
6.
Amazing. And
He can come to fuck around.
So he was passing them around. A sweet treat.
I will say this gift is it brings a lot of warmth to the people here. Clearly something that is handmade, and clearly something that is much more fresh than what's been seen in the city thus far. Reeves does go around and introduce himself to everyone, and then obviously, like, he and Echinacea talk about the plan and honestly catch up a bit. He's just sort of, so you remember that? You remember a lot of me being an idiot, but that makes sense.
I mean, I also have a memory now of you being very sassy to Sir Declan the Gallant.
He had a way of bringing out the worst in me. As good friends often do.
As good friends often do. They will regale him with the recovery of Lorien, with the state Thandoril is in, all of his old allies who are still alive. That they now know about.
There is so much comfort in that. Like, he's good. Lorien and Thandoril are incredibly good men. To know that they've been saved and that they've seen you, I know that brings much warmth to them. As it does me, of course. Speaking of old friends.
When this is all over, you will have to come to Illenbell. They'll lift up a lemon bar so I can return the favor.
I would love nothing more. I will, if you're heading up to the estate, you could probably do with my visage. Might be wise to taking prisoners up to the estate or whatnot.
That's very smart. Zia was asking about Ebon Eye protocol. What might happen if there was a disturbance at the East Gate?
If there were a disturbance, sorry, if you have more, please continue.
Well, we plan to evacuate people largely to the south, so...
I'd say if there was a focused force hitting from one direction, in this case, the east, the Ebon Eye forces would group. They understand that they are strongest together. They would most likely heed the word of their commanding officer, which, from what I'm seeing, 12 battle tents, is probably a lieutenant or someone who is lower standing than myself, which actually makes this a lot easier. They won't question me.
So not Helena, not you.
No.
So, if we were to enter from the western gate, I'm trying to figure out. We want Elizabeth to know we're here because we want to draw her out. But we don't want all of her forces grouping on us. So if we had a problem manifest at the eastern gate, if we then came in at the western gate, even if there were a few Ebon Eye, that could be seen as us trying to be sneaky. And then we could split from there, but enter as a whole unit.
I think that would be wise.
I have a question, Christoph.
Oh, of course.
What is the ratio of your Ebon Eye like you to Ebon Eye like Sir? We saw some of the ghostly types.
You're dealing much more with those.
Well, do you remember what happened when Sir was out of commission?
I'm quite familiar with that catatonic state, yes.
Is there a way to induce that on a mass scale?
Not that I'm aware of. It's different for everyone, but it's the tie to something personal. When it happened with Sir, it's because he was conflicted with something in his past. He was conflicted with the past vision of himself, and I imagine we don't have the time to understand these Ebon Eye Knights as personally as we'd like. We're moving within the hour or two, correct? So I don't have time to really collect dossiers on these individuals. But
I'll think on that, and if anything hits me, I'll let you know.
Thank you.
Of course.
I know it would be of use.
It's definitely not a bad idea, especially if they realize the forces at the East Gate are a farce.
The Ebon Eye, as they are under half a century old. Their current state is.
Hmm.
Do you know if they were made this way en masse at that Shadowfell Rift, or were there multiple events?
I think that there were multiple events.
Hmm.
Which makes sense. They were probably capitalizing on other bleeds, rifts, or frankly, other conflicts. Where death was present is where we were born. So, be it a Shadowfell Rift or a bleed, it could have just been somewhere where carnage was had. But I know that I can feel it here, that magic at play. The magic that flows through me, that keeps me alive, that keeps me hunting a quarry. They're doing it here. And given what I was asked by an old friend to research, what I've looked into myself, I would like to stop it. I'm not Vamir's puppet. And they will not be either. Not if I can help it.
You're a good man.
I was and will be again.
That's the spirit.
Well, I can get to work. As long as you have a good distraction, I imagine that the Ebon Eye will hoard on what they imagine to be a particularly large-scale attack. They will advise the people to hide in their homes, but that is the perfect opportunity for you all to evacuate them. There will be a scramble, but after that scramble, there will be a moment of quiet. We call it the Eye of the Storm. If we are occupying or defending a stronghold, a city, a town, in the flash of conflict, there's a moment after the soldiers have departed where everything is still. I implore you all to capitalize on that. You'll have a moment when the Ebon Eye are gone, where people will listen.
Has Reeves been in? Has not been in Iyo Thalor, right?
No. Nope.
No. So he wouldn't know about this undead fae creature, right?
No, he has no idea.
Lazuli will convey
Okay.
the fact of the mention, especially when as they were talking about the streets, being like, "Have you seen this? Do you?"
It looks like a corporate to me. Corruptor variety. Feral, recently brought to the material plane. Its feral state is a symptom of it being pulled from undeath, or being pulled from death and being made into undeath. It has no idea who it is at this point. It knows nothing of the life it led before it died. Which means that, well, if I understand it, the hag, Viola, would have brought it forth.
Well, I don't know about you all, but as useful as the Eye of the Storm might be, how safe is an Eye of the Storm if there is a killing, dangerous creature out to hurt people? That's not quite safe. As much as we want to evacuate people, I don't think it's going to be safe for anyone to leave if that thing is shambling around the streets.
I think we have to hold it down while they're evacuated. Or what?
Or distract it. That's whenever
Yes,
I would. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Same thing. Yeah.
Same thing, different font.
Hmm.
Well, so are we still thinking about using the particular gutway entrances that I had mentioned earlier?
If we are looking for the Corberay, then I think we go wherever it is using Lazuli's ability to find it. I don't know if we get to pick where we handle it.
Hmm. You're meeting it on its playground.
Uh-huh. In what direction did you feel it, Lazuli?
Lazuli, you felt it coming from the Whittemore estate, heading down toward the, I mean, you would know. It was headed between the Beast Ward and the Baker's Guild, making its way, what you imagine, down. Yeah, so headed down this way, it looked like.
Got it.
Headed
That's weird.
down. Wait, headed down which way? I'm sorry, because I'm
Nope, you're fine. David's on it. He's got it.
that way.
I will say it did cut further down here and move down this way.
So right to the same area where we're planning to try and draw out Lizzie.
Right here, right now. Yeah.
Mhm.
It is currently in this place.
Okay.
Is there a way to maybe distract it over towards the Sun Parsley Market and then use the exit closer? No, we can't use that exit by the Lore Keep because that's where the destruction is going to be happening.
Mm-hmm.
Right. What about the west? What if we have it chase us?
It's a good idea.
Maybe out into the grain fields.
Sorry.
No, what'd you say, Luke?
I just said we have to outrun it.
Mm-hmm.
What did you say?
Into the grain fields.
However far we can get it to chase us, mainly just away from, where the civilians are going to be.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
I don't much care where we face it, so long as there aren't people who could be quickly murdered nearby.
And the point is to probably talk to it then. Same as with Aidwolf.
Try and negotiate a new pact.
Is there any other choice?
Fighting it head on?
We can fight and negotiate. That's what we did with the Vilderraven before it became Lorien and Aidwolf.
But we could also, Lazuli, you have the upper hand here in negotiating with it. Because if it has a pact with Elizabeth, then you could persuade it towards you. Not only because Elizabeth wants you, but also because of your connection to the Ith.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like that might be a stronger power source than whatever it is that Elizabeth may have promised it. And also the fact that we just stopped whatever was happening in Cyberhome. With Vamir, of all people, it's a good chance that Elizabeth might be scrambling more than ever before.
Right.
If we can talk to it. And Team Herbarium's goal is to draw out Elizabeth. You make a pact with that thing, or it makes a pact with you, could also help us with Elizabeth.
Sorry, my dog just brought me his really gross chew toy. And
He's making a pact with you.
Mother.
He literally just like, here's this really stinky cow hoof that I've been chewing on for hours. And, like, nice, thanks. Right. Well, Echinacea, Aidwolf, if you have any advice, I'll take it.
The first thing I did was learn the exact phrasing of Eadwulf's initial pact.
Okay.
And then unfortunately, I had a lot of time to think about this.
Mhm.
And you don't have as much. But essentially, the phrasing of the pact, and I apologize, Eadwulf, I know you don't like hearing it. It was, until our rage subsides, we will hunt the line of Corlan Larethian. Any and all that interfere will be met with our wrath. And so what I did to amend the pact was make an agreement to hunt Kervaith Larethian. That is in keeping with the original pact, but it saves his descendants. They won't be pursued until we kill a god, and by then I intend to have the initial pact broken. I have time. My amendment gave me a lot of time.
I see.
Eadwulf sort of leans out from the shadow a bit more and just says, if this thing was brought here for you, then I imagine there may be some verbiage about a pact holder. From what we understand, Elizabeth is that too. So, if we find out, we can... Being in the state that this person was in, you're frantic for answers. If you lead this Corbray to an opportunity to get answers about clarity, about themselves, about who they are, they're going to be much more willing to give you the information you want. So, being pretty straightforward about wanting to make a pact first, that's going to cost some interest. And much like Elizabeth, or at least much like how we perceive Elizabeth to be, we'll be frantic to get that. So we could play with that.
You said that you could feel that it's undead energy, but also Fey energy?
Just like Eadwulf.
Just like Eadwulf. But
They are
that doesn't-
Shadowfell Fae.
But that doesn't mean that the person who is that was Fey prior, right?
No, it does. They are specifically from the Shadowfell.
So
Shatterkai.
Yes. They are Shatterkai elves who are pulled out of the line of... they are being pulled by Ruin's Eye out of the beyond. They are not allowed to pass on, and so they are made into undead.
How was Shar tied to that? Wasn't Shar tied to all of that?
The Matron of Ravens is tied to all of that. He's using Shar as a battery, but Shar was not pulling them out of the death cycle.
Mm-mm.
Shar is a sister of Minri,
Yes.
right? I'm so sorry. I'm trying to connect the dots in my head because Shar, even though sister of Minri, what was the connection with the Matron of Ravens, though? There was a connection there between the two of them.
She's in her domain.
She was the Shadowfell is the Matron of Raven's domain.
The Matron of Ravens domain, right? But in that visual of after releasing Shar, Shar is now fighting alongside the Matron of Ravens, right?
Yeah, against Ruin's Eye. Because
Against
Ruin's
Ruin's-
Eye is attacking
Yes.
the Matron of Ravens' home. The Matron of Ravens is allowing the Shatterkai to pass on. That's part of
Yes.
her job. He's stopping them from doing that.
Yes.
That's where Corbray are born.
Yes. So
By Ruin's Eye's interference.
got it. So wouldn't it also be of some use to show the Shatterkai what we've done for Shar and the Matron of Ravens?
It would be definitely beneficial to mention the fact that you have been aiding to undo what has been done to the Shatterkai people. Yeah.
I see.
So that would be a good tool in your tool belt as well.
Could you... Is there a way to contact this being without being physically present? If I could somehow know the verbiage of the pact now and be able to prepare, I don't suppose there's a public records of the Ith, is there? It's out there somewhere. It's written somewhere. If I could have access to it, or I know that with this talisman, she
Can
holds
you
the talisman that Echinacea gave her about contact Celeste. Like, I think it's just Celeste.
can
Oh.
you ask your Ith person
The librarian.
that you spoke?
Right. I could try. But that way, I won't have to make it up on the spot. This is something that I'd like to be intentional with.
That's smart.
It
At
was
the end of the day, the Ith gets another pact, more strength. Because aren't you essentially a conduit for their power and for their strength?
And this is seeking balance.
Hmm.
At least is how I perceive it. But Adolf, is there a way whenever you were in that form to be contacted or talked to directly, or
It depends on the pact holder. Koliata was
Sword.
It was the sword, but she was also... She instructed more than she communicated, if that makes sense. She gave commands through rhyme. I don't know what Viola's means of communication would be. And I will say at this time, Whistle, you are done creating the cages. So you can, I just want to make sure you know that you are a part of this conversation as well.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Oh, no, all good.
Yeah.
We do know what Elizabeth purchased from the Gala of Innovation. The Rod of the Pact Keeper, the Wither Staff, an Amulet of Non-Detection, and an Ioun Stone of Protection. So maybe she's using one of those items.
Rod of the Pact Keeper sounds...
Promising.
Yes.
Really promising. Also, I should mention if any one of us comes across the Staff of Withering, if we can try and get our hands on that. I'm thinking that it could be a useful thing for Helitis to keep safe.
Makes sense. We definitely don't want her to have it.
Mm-mm. And could potentially help in some other cases. Some of the things that are not a priority right now, but
Donahue up too.
I don't know what Donahue is up to aside from cutting off people's hands. But he is,
If he's looking for redemption and wants some magical items he could definitely destroy.
That's true.
I know one particular item.
That's true. He might have a lot of fun with that.
Instead of chopping off people's hands.
we could definitely make use of that hypocrisy of his.
Okay. Do you reach out to the Ith, Lazuli? To the librarian?
I think she will. Maybe not at this direct moment, because it's more like, I don't know, magic-y, but she plans to. So as things along where people are like moving on with things that she doesn't feel involved in, she will.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I will say this is you guys are waiting for everybody to get together here, so you guys have time if there's anything you all want to do.
Echinacea will introduce Whistle properly to Richter and Monroe if we're like waiting.
Yeah, absolutely.
They pull Richter and Monroe over. So, I need you gentlemen to meet Whistle, the newest member of our coterie. Whistle, this is Richter. He actually dismantled the entire Magus Arcanum within Driften and saved Lapis and Monroe in the process. And this is Monroe, who is an incredibly capable individual who also intends to dismantle the Magus Arcanum elsewhere with me someday.
Richter just sort of leans forward. Pleasure to meet you, Whistle.
Pleasure to meet you, Richter, and you, Monroe.
Nice to meet
Nice,
you.
Nice to find more allies in arms.
Soldier, I take it. Monroe just kind of peers.
Yeah, I think Whistle kind of does the same. So,
Yes, and you look like you've seen some time in the armed forces.
More than I'd like, but I'm an independent operator now.
You know, I think I'm recently the same.
It is quite liberating, isn't it?
No one tells you when to wake up.
No one tells you what to do. It's up to you.
And here we find ourselves on a battlefield anyway.
Well, there's much to change. People need help, and these people didn't ask for an occupying army to invade their home. I take issue. It kind of looks at Echinacea, giving a knowing nod. I take issue with individuals who see themselves above everybody else. Pretty big issue, actually. So I'm excited to take it to him. Richter sort of pats Monroe's back. All right, take a breath. Oh, a little too excited.
Yeah, you're certainly dedicated, it seems.
Quite. And Echinacea mentioned the Magus Arcanum. You tied to that at all? Listen, you look formidable, so...
Oh, thank you. I try.
Is this conversation being had like out loud?
Yep.
I think Zio's like focusing on the table and like trying not to be annoyed by this everything. I think mainly anytime that like that Whistle brings up anything about like any illusion, quiet allusion to the his time prior, Zia's just like shaking their head and like trying to like distract themselves.
Understood.
I think it's...
You first.
I think the difference and maybe what's both commendable and freeing, even though you find yourselves on a battlefield, once again, you choose your battlefield now.
Very true.
Indeed.
Oh, and this is... Listen, I'm scared. Not really. I am cautious about this operation, but listen, I think there is some fun to be had. You got to enjoy sticking it to the man.
I suppose at this point, as long as we all get out alive, I'll be happy.
You're here. All right. Anything else here?
During quiet, like if everybody's sparsing out, Lazuli will like sit kind of quietly by a candle and reach out to the Ith.
Okay, go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
Yes, sir. Ooh, 11. But I'm gonna do. I got an inspiration earlier, so I'm gonna use that.
Mm-hmm.
For a 19.
18. You feel as... I'm sorry?
19.
19. You feel as Fritz sort of wraps around your shoulder, offering some comfort as you kind of, you close your eyes as the flame warms you, and the voice of Richter lulls you like a lullaby. As your eyes open and you are sitting in front of that same desk that you saw when you first began your path as a witch. You see the librarian sort of push some glasses up their nose. Well, hello there.
Hello.
What can I do for you, young Lazuli?
I'm here to make a change. And in order to do that, I need information.
What information do you think I have that I can give you?
There has been a pact made that I believe is recorded and held in the Ith, and I wish to know its verbiage.
They sort of look to you.
Is that something I can have access to?
You are covenless. As of now. You hold little privilege amongst your sisterhood at this time. Fritz, do you vouch for her? Fritz, Lazuli, you see as the stoat sort of unfurls from your neck and stands behind you, the form shifting into that of an adolescent half-elven boy. Black skin, long hair, glasses. Yes. I vouch for her. She is a witch I am proud to be with. I see much of Lorelei in her. And you see at the mention of Lorelei, the librarian softens. Thank you, Fritz. Do you know who made this pact, Lazuli?
It is between, I believe, Elizabeth Whittemore and a Corberay. I do not know the soul that its name is tied to, but potentially through a staff of the Pact Keeper.
Elizabeth Whittemore.
Iyo Thalor is in grave danger, and I wish to try to heal all of the death that is surrounding it. Bring it back to its people.
You know, Fritz vouching for you means more than I can express. Uttering the name of someone beloved to me has helped you. I wish to strike a pact with you.
And its verbiage?
I will give you the verbiage of the pact made to summon the Corberay. And in exchange, you will become the newest member of the Bwanid Coven. You will uphold our ideals. Do you have any questions? Counter offers?
Sorry, I wasn't sure if you dropped something. What are your ideals? I would like to know.
The protection of the spoken word. Pacts made in earnest are protected in earnest. The Ith is a tool for building community, not a tool for sundering community. To make sure that those who have not heard a kind word are given it. To ensure that life thrives.
And what of death?
Death has its place in life. Life is not life without death. You're not beholden to ensuring that everyone stays alive, if that's what you're asking.
There are those of the Ebon Eye who I can only assume might dream of it, rest. There are those whose actions have earned them their rightful afterlife, punishment, or peace. And I do not wish to stand idly by, unsure of how to act. And I want to make sure that my values align with yours in doing so.
They fit. What has happened to the Ebon Eye is cruelty. They were preyed upon.
To be clear, there is a plan that I might satisfy the next, I don't know, what's the word, requirements of my current Hag Pact to lure Elizabeth Whittemore closer to me in order to capture her and destroy the heart. I wish to make you aware of that now, so you do not misunderstand my actions. I'm not sure if that will affect our agreement, but...
It very much does.
Right. I do not wish to continue being a death hag. It is merely to lure her, and in hopes that once she is defeated, that the pact will be dissolved. From what I know of them.
They lean forward and place a hand on yours. I accept your terms.
I accept yours.
Leaning back to the tapestry behind them, the librarian pulls this bout of golden string and wraps it around you as they begin to sew a patch onto your cloak. Well, sister, here are the words. By the silent flight of night and the whispering winds of fate, I, Viola, summon thee, Corbray. Bind thy will to my command. Retrieve my chosen successor and bring her to my heart, where our destinies shall intertwine.
Thank you.
You are welcome. Best of luck. You blink and you are back in the tunnels. now with the words of the pact with Viola and the Scorbray at your disposal.
Damn. What does my
Eh.
patch look like?
You tell me.
Okay, I want to think on that one. And let's see. I almost think on like the nape of Lazuli's neck, there's an eye, and it becomes the color of or maybe it's right at her like top of her collarbone. I think maybe there. And it's an eye shape, and it becomes the color of the librarian's eye. So.
Okay.
Like I don't, and if there's any other motifs that are signature to the Bonnie Coven, it might be in the pupil.
Yeah. There is. It almost looks like, kind of akin to like how the it's such a weird thing to pull on, but like the eye. Yeah, the clasp, but I'm trying to like think of the word. So there's like a stained glass window on Doctor Strange's house that has like this really oblong symbol. It's almost like a what is that called? String fingers.
Oh, cat's cradle.
Cat's cradle. Yes, it's essentially like a cat's cradle that makes up the visage of a book itself. So you kind of see this like really kind of minimalist book. Yeah. So. Absolutely. Okay.
And then, what color is their eye?
The eye that's in the center there. It is a deep gold.
Deep gold. Great.
So you have that.
I want to say it's because she felt that there was always, once she learned of the Ith. Obviously, most of the pacts are held in the Ith. It's like water holds memories. The Ith holds memories. It's that verbiage is out there. And so I think having an awareness of every pact she makes isn't a secret between her and the pact giver. Other people can find that. And it shows up many places, and it makes her feel like there's a certain type of honor and transparency. Like, don't say words behind people's back that you wouldn't want read elsewhere, because they will be read, and they'll be read by her coven members.
Yeah.
If they were to have privilege. And so to hold that to a certain standard.
I love that. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else from anybody here?
I know Lazuli is going to hang out with whoever wants to help out with this, but she has this idea. She'll walk up to the table with Fritz out and say, I'm not sure, how much time do we have before this all gets started?
Well, it sounds like there are individuals alerting the citizenry to their eventual evacuation, but I imagine they will be given a signal, so it sounds a little fluid.
I had
What do
an
you ask?
idea. I can make these tokens, these charms, and I almost imagined there's a few things that I can do. This land, it's dying, it's unholy. I can do something that purifies the land and can plant crops and also heal, and we could maybe imbue them onto like a map or something, like informational, like brochures. I'm not sure how many I can make, but it could be something to help people who are fleeing. If we don't have time, it seems like there's a lot of people who currently have resources, but...
Above table, Lou, what is it that you're planning to do?
Let's see. I have these Fairfall charms that I can do. So some of them can purify land and grow 3 crops, or Prayer of Healing, where it can have a 15-foot radius where it can heal people. It takes me an hour to make one, but potentially I could like kind of, you know how like there's like the little seed packets that are like but in on paper, and so you can like read something and it could be an information thing, but then you can use that to like plant a flower. She's basically trying to like if citizens need a map of like where they're going and like to hand out, and then that map could be used. It's a convoluted plan.
I'll say
but-
above table. That seems like an after the job is done sort of thing.
Got it. She's just communicating.
Yeah, absolutely. No, absolutely. No, I'm not saying don't. I just want to.
No worries.
Yeah.
I just had that idea and I didn't know what was the
No,
vibe.
thank you for voicing it.
It's here's my business card. Also, you can plan it.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Yeah.
Also, it's edible.
Do you share the words of the pact with the group?
Yes.
Okay, so that's
yeah.
all. That's all given.
Oh, excellent.
So, good thing to point out, it doesn't say anything about us or attacking us. It just says that it has to take you.
Yeah,
It doesn't
So-
say when.
and it doesn't specifically say Lazuli.
The crazy thing, though, is that there's no way it's about Elizabeth. Because if it was, then it wouldn't be roaming around.
It
She
wasn't
lives
made by
there.
Elizabeth either. Yeah, which I thought was
Retrieve my chosen successor, bring her to my heart. I, Viola, summon thee. Okay.
I mean, there's a very simple amendment that you could make. Retrieve my chosen successor and, at her convenience, bring her to my heart. It's
When
literally.
you're ready, Queen.
When you're ready, Queen. It literally. Listen, she gave no timeline. That's her fault.
must the amendment not change the original sentiment? Is that the key?
In my case, yes.
Aidwolf's like, in any case, yes. You have to. It has to be born of the basis that it was summoned, and in this instance, it is the pact made with Viola, like Echinacea's amendment was in reference to my summoning. That's what
And
holds
the tasks.
Sorry.
No, just yes. And the tasks that you were told to carry out.
Mm-hmm. Those words are what bind us to the material plane.
And once they're satisfied?
Once they're satisfied, we get to go home.
Well, if all I have to do is go to the heart to set them free, that doesn't necessarily mean that I have to. I mean, that puts me in a very tricky situation. But once the heart is caged, or
You can absolutely make your way there, but if you go there now while Elizabeth and Viola are out, you will die. Or you will be changed forever.
Mm-hmm.
well, suppose. And if the heart is destroyed, does that mean that the corporate will be stuck here forever because the pact can't be satisfied? Or if the heart is destroyed, will it be dispelled?
If
Or do we
Viola,
not-
Uramil will kind of eavesdropping. Sorry, can't help it. Big ears. If her heart is dispelled, her pacts fade. She is not there to uphold her weavings to the Ith.
Mm-hmm.
Without her power, without her life, without her strength, she can't hold pacts.
Mm-hmm.
She will not be a hag, she will just be a crone. Old bitch. Sorry.
Also, do you all ever think about how much easier it would be if these people didn't summon big, scary terrifying monsters to like do something as simple as, hey, bring this person over here. They could have just brought up someone just like, hey, you look just like a normal person in this city, and you could just lead someone. Like, clearly, I feel like making this big scary thing is so pointless. What was the point?
It's an act of... This is an act of extended cruelty on the part of Ruin's Eye, who we know Viola's connected to because the threat involved in Lazuli's pact. And the people he won't allow to move on to the afterlife. They're not being nice. They're not even making things easy. It's like a punishment.
Did Eightwolf decide what he got to look like now that he's your shadow?
I mean, yeah.
Did that feel good?
Yeah,
That way you weren't like a big, scary, ugly...
What do you mean? Yes, it felt good. Absolutely. What are you talking about? Yeah.
So then this big, ugly, scary, whatever creature that we're going to face, on top of all of the amazing things that clearly you are going to offer it, Lazuli,
it won't be an
you can also say, also, you won't be a hulking, ugly mass of all of the hatred and...
Listen, some people are into it.
Awful, all of the hatred that is being put out by whatever entity is out there. They're going to be more of themselves.
Try to end their pain and send them home. What else could they want?
From experience, well, there are...
ugly.
Beyond satisfying their pain.
Perhaps that's an in, asking what this corpore wants.
Yep. Expressing the fact that it has free will, or a will.
Right.
That is important. I will say, we are reaching the end of our playtime. And, given the plan, we will be having split sessions after a bit, after this evacuation plan is executed. So, what I need you all to do now is inform me who is on your teams. We will start with Team Heart.
Team Heart would be Echinacea, Whistle, Kaelin, Lucian.
Mm-hmm.
Casimir?
He'll go.
Monroe?
Oh, you haven't asked. You can ask him.
Let's see.
Can we say that we did? Or is that...
We'll just, we can have that happen real quick.
Monroe,
Yeah.
do you want to dispel a hag heart?
Fuck yeah. Are we dismantling systems of power right now?
Right here, right now. Well, actually, like maybe in an hour and change. But
That's
yes.
fine. I'm in. You got me. You have me. You got me. All right. So you can add Monroe to Team Heart ecstatically. He's hyped for it. Okay. And is that everybody on Team Heart?
Oh, Reeves. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Because Reeves
who already
will get
volunteered.
you. Yeah.
Yes,
who will get you guys to. Absolutely. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, he pitched the idea. So there we go. Okay. Team Infiltration. Who is on your team?
Also known as Team Herbarium.
Oh, Team Herbarium.
Where are you?
Team Preparation
Zio,
H.
Yeah, Zio, Lazuli, Isandro, Uldiel,
Ishroar,
Aura, Lapis, and
Aura,
Richter.
Lapis.
Although
Richter.
that's quite a contingent.
Oh yeah, you guys got. Listen, no one's killing Lazuli today.
Yeah.
I will say, up in the air at this point. If they're not assigned, they will go to like the general efforts. Bellin, Jen, Christoph and Henrik are going to stay in this base of operation and just act as, you know, a central point, a central communication hub to get people through.
Did we send Jen and Bellin to do evac nearest where Lazuli and Zio will be?
Yep.
I was gonna say have Milana in that because the exit for the lower block is by the waist, and that's Milana's typical area of operation. So it would be, okay. I would say it would be best to have Milana there. But there is the arms district, so maybe
we can have Jen and Bellin there.
Yeah, Jen and Bellin in the arms district would then leave the area in the Sun Parsley Market.
Mm-hmm. Which will just be manned by, Viper's Hand and Thortel.
Dooney.
Yeah, me! It's me! I'll do that!
Dooney by himself, actually.
Yeah, I don't need a fucking team. I'm a bad bitch. I don't think there is anyone else then.
And then just triple checking, we are all entering together and then splitting.
Yep, correct. You guys are all, you guys are enacting the evacuation. Obviously, Uramil and a large contingent of Viper's Hand and Thortel will be manning an attack of Mothmen onto the eastern part of Iyo Thalor to draw Ebon Eye forces. But yes, so that is that. You guys are all covered here. Yeah. And then if I understand correctly, the plan from there is to draw the Corberay out, engage it, amend the pact, and then evacuate?
Evacuations while we're drawing away the Corberay.
Got it. Okay.
Because if it goes wrong, we want people out.
Understood.
Before it runs back in.
Yeah, so then we'll have
it's gonna follow Lazuli.
Yeah, absolutely.
The moment they come up. Yeah,
so we'll say that those individuals that we mentioned at those stations, they will be the ones, guiding people in and getting people out. You've all heard word that the Lore Keep is at your back. Rivet and her group of mages and sorcerers are going to be acting as illusionists to sort of further defend those who are evacuating by creating like false illusions of like a clear street.
Incredible.
So they're going to be doing what they can to make sure that people get out safely. I will say,
once she's done, tell her to evac by hers.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. I will say that is relayed and that is understood. As you are all preparing for this, the plan cemented. I understand the plan. We all understand the plan. Everybody good on the plan?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So once that is executed, everybody's evacuated and the Corberay is dealt with in whatever way that makes sense. Team Herbarium will go and try and lure Elizabeth, and Team Heart will head to the Whittemore estate into that permanent demiplane. As you're all you paint me a picture here as we begin to close out the session. How are your Blorbos preparing? What does this look like? We're doing epic shit. Let's get the Avengers suit up scene as everybody prepares to embark on this mission.
Well, Whistle. Whistle's going. I think Whistle's leaning much more into the Soul Forge side of him. Rather than kind of practicing, very physical forms, I think Whistle and Nikolai are just kind of like moving like weapons around and just kind of practicing, having the prelude and Nikolai just kind of floating around and just kind of coordinating and moving through.
Yeah.
And then just kind of.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's fucking sick as shit. Inspiration point.
Yeah.
Lazuli, how are you preparing?
I think there's like really tight braids. Like she's working on like tightly braiding her hair. She's got her book open, like looking over that verbiage. She's very quiet, but she's close to all of her loved ones, and wanting to feel connected to them. Listening to their plans, maybe making making some hot coffee.
Yeah,
Just,
yeah.
just caffeinating, like feeling energetically in tuned, but maybe not verbalizing, but like all of the little jingly bits that she usually has, like there's just a lot of like aesthetic clutter that she usually wears. It's just becoming more sleek,
Yeah. More stealth mission.
Stealthy. Like she's not usually wearing her like big bag with all of her stuff. Like it's probably going to be like only the necessities.
Yeah.
So yeah.
In doing a witch's work and preparing coffee for a hard day ahead, ensuring that the community that's forming underneath the city of Iyo Thalor, please take an inspiration point.
Thank
you. Zio, how are you preparing? I will say you do see a Sandro with red paint underneath his eyes, like mimicking that of a tiger. He is completely battle ready. He is actually wearing Viper's Hand armor. He's foregone the duster. He has foregone like the more casual wear, and he is preparing himself for battle for the first time. You see, it's scale mail similar to Whistle's. You see as his tattoos begin to glow, as his arms are exposed, these leather bracers sort of up his forearm, as he just takes a deep breath and begins to settle himself. How do you get ready?
Zio is... there isn't much that Zio has to prepare for. I think they're mainly sticking by Lazuli's side, and will help out Sandro with maybe changing into this new armor.
Yeah.
But there's going to be a point in time, when they will find a little corner somewhere that away from Lazuli, and then we'll take out their marvelous pigments.
Yeah.
Specifically, they're going to take out the blue paint and create something blue.
Okay. All right.
And keep it in their pocket.
Perfect.
Just in case.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I love that. I love that. In helping your not only your partner, but your teacher in a way, and ensuring that Lazuli has a backup plan if needed with something blue. Please take an inspiration point. All right. Echinacea, you see as Kaelin has foregone the purple capelet and has taken on a green one with a Thortel iconography on it. He places a helmet on, and you see as he leans down in front of Christopher and holds both of his hands and mutters under his breath in Elven, "I will do right by you, Father. I will do right by us. I will do right by our mission, I swear it to you." And you hear Christopher kind of chuckle and just, "Oh, my boy, I know. You have never disappointed me once." Having the context of what Kaelin saw, you see a deep breath come in as he stands and begins to make his way towards you. How are you preparing yourself?
Kaelin puts on that Thortel Guild cloak, and Echinacea adjusts their own Thortel Guild pin, the brooch, so that it shows on their coat. And as this conversation is happening between father and son, they'll just minor illusion a vision of what Kaelin drew for them in the morning. The vision, briefly, just an instant, of the library they want to create.
Yeah.
And they have potions to give out, so I think that they are just walking through everyone, handing potions of greater healing to the party and to Lucian and to Kaelin, Monroe, Richter. And just as they are going, I think the Amine that live in their terrariums are kind of reaching out and braiding Echinacea's hair to look like Lazuli's. just this little sisterly weave, and they end at Lazuli. And she's busy. They're not going to bother her, but they lean down and they press a kiss to her cheek. And for a second, it turns this pale blue of Minri's magic as they cast Death Ward on their sister.
Nice. Okay.
We'll lean into it. Just
Yeah. David?
I forgot one more thing.
Okay.
One more thing I'll do then, just as Whistle's finishing up the preparation, is kind of crouch down low and kind of begin speaking in kind of like low Orthran tones. And any sort of like, I think a lot of the coins, metal, any little bits and stuff are going to kind of pull together and form and take the shape of a like a medium-sized creature, a Simurg, you know, the wolves with the wings, but made out of metal. As I'll cast Find Greater Steed.
Yeah! Oh, that fucking slaps. Another inspiration point. God damn. I will say Echinacea for the Thortel, like for everything, take an inspiration point as well. You all see as Lucian steps into the room. He takes the potion and just, thank you. His hair is completely tied up. His face is on full display. He has his scarf as that sash. His prelude is newly polished. The ring is worn underneath his protective gloves. And he has what looks to be a military jacket made into a half capelet over his shoulder. And he just sort of looks at all of you, this expression of gratitude. Thank you all.
They get to see you. Echinacea will just pull a stray hair out of the eyes that are no longer covered in hag rot.
They get to see us. Lucian looks at all of you and just opens his arms reluctantly for a group hug before everybody heads out.
Yes.
For Iyo Thalor. And that is where we will call our session for the evening, but that is not where we're going to call the stream as of yet. As what you all don't see is the office of Elizabeth Whittemore. A putrid wine glass of ichor and blood rests on the desk of Elizabeth as she swirls it, picks up the stem, and takes a large, healthy sip. A knock on the door, timid and trepidatious, as she reaches a hand up and pulls the door open. What can I do for you? A ducal guard just stands. Your guest has arrived. Perfect. I've been waiting to see an old friend. Bring her in. Through the door is one Olma. Well, hello there, Lizzie. I can't say I love what you've done with the place, but it does have character. Oh, well, you've always appreciated a good aesthetic, and so did your father. Do give him my thanks for the demiplane. It has been instrumental. You don't make that kind of name for yourself without a little bit of help, do you? I sense you have your own business here. Yes, but per the words of our agreement, I know that I have to help you as well. So here I am, a humble servant. as Alma begins to play a stringed instrument, Elizabeth's eyes begin to glow a dim gold. And that is where we're going to call tonight's chapter of Known Realms Tolesh.
What the fuck, Alec? Jail.
Literally tying back shit that happened in episode 6, baby.
She was.
That was Alma.
Wait, because I know the. I'll leave it till later.
Okay. And as we sign off, Angie, where can people find you?
Well, you can find me making my way all the way north to burst through Alec's door and drag his ass to jail. And also on the internet at Agonethetic, but no one wants to see that. Everyone wants to see me drag Alec to jail, where he belongs.
Send me to prison. Hell yeah. Thank you, Angie. Thank you for playing. And I'm not sorry. And next up, Lou.
I'm Lou. I'm in danger.
I'm in danger.
I play Lazuli, who's also in danger. We both use she, her pronouns. You can find me at Lazulia_art on most social medias. That's all.
Thank you, Lou. Next up, David.
Hey guys, I'm David, and you can catch me here where I play Whistle, the Hobgoblin fighter. Both he, him pronouns. You can also catch me over at Stealthy Elf Productions, where I GM a couple of Pathfinder 2nd Edition games. That's me.
Hell yeah, brother. And last but certainly not least, Button.
Hello, I'm Button. My pronouns are they, them. I am Bluebluebutton on social media. When I am not here, you can find me over on twitch.tv/Stealthy Elf Productions in the Unearthed Inheritance campaign. Back to you, Alec. I didn't say yes.
Yeah, well, you did, but just
Shut
not
up.
me. Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Alec. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me all places on the internet at Tales Archived and the Archivist here for Known Realms Tolesh. And when I'm not here, you can find me at Stealthy Elf Productions and Heroes of Asteria, Unearthed Inheritance, as a man of many voices, Finn Reese, Jotun Bloodfighter. As a man of many voices. Yeah. Thank you guys for hanging out for chapter 69. Can I get a nice in 3, 2, 1? Nice. God, that was awful. Thanks, guys.
You didn't give us any sound direction for how you wanted it to sound like.
Oh, no. It's just Discord is discordant, which I guess is in the name.
Nice.
Nice.
No.
We should do it in a round.
Okay. All right. So do we? Okay. So let's do Angie, Lou, David, Button. I will say 3, 2, 1, and do this, and then you will begin. 3, 2, 1.
Nice. It was your idea.
He did it so he could fuck her. Guys, we're gonna throw you into a raid, and we will see you next time for chapter 70 of Known Realms Tolesh, the fate of Iyo Thalor. Bye, guys. Fuck this. I'm done. Bye. Fuck this. Bye.